capture last year, and really asked all the different department heads to put down in writing what they do and what do their departments do. We broke it into two main categories. One is just regular work. That's something that happens whether it's every day, every week, every month, or once a year, but every year. It's the stuff that's always on the list. There's also the special projects. Those are the things that might come up once every 3 years, or something that is out of the ordinary and it's a one-time project, but this is the year to work on it. So those are all in your packet. I don't think we have time to go through every single item, but certainly if you have questions or comments on any of it, happy to try to speak to it as best we can. We also this year presented some strategic plans. We started working on those with department heads last year. Again, trying to get that long-term view. Where do we want to go? Admittedly, they're all a little bit different, and I would still say they're a work in progress. I think that's one of the things that we'd like to work on as administration over the next year and into the future, of kind of standardizing the presentation of some of those things. And they're going to be living documents, and they're going to evolve based on tonight's conversation with you and your priorities and what we see and the opportunities that come up over the next year and several years. So, we've got updates from the fiscal 24 work plan to show. We focused again on the special projects. Regular work is kind of the regular work, but wanted to give all of you, give our public a sense of what people have accomplished, what they've done in the past year, where some of the stumbling blocks and hurdles have been, or delays for whatever reason, but also where we want to go. And ask the same thing for this year. So you see their fiscal year 25 work plans, what's on the list there. Hopefully that gives you a sense of what we're already working on and where that might align or not align with your priorities. So again, I not enough time to go through all of those in depth, but now's the opportunity to take a look and see if you have any questions or thoughts on where we're going and where department heads are going. And Marguerite, I don't know if you have anything to add to any of that. But, okay.
Questions, comments, applications?
Will there be an opportunity to share these plans through the year potentially with the public?
Absolutely.
I think it could be very valuable. I'm sure there's some folks that are interested in particular ones that might have some feedback that could help the board with the planning.
Yep. So we do have the fiscal 24 work plans are up on our website. We have not yet updated the ones with the that have the update for the special projects. We'll wait until the fiscal year is really close to wrapping up, or even the next fiscal year. Then we do plan to post those. We do plan to post the fiscal 25 work plans as well, and the strategic plans. So yeah, we do want to get all that stuff up on the website. One of the things that we formatted the fiscal 25 work plans a little bit differently this year from last year's. We put in some columns and some categories for people to provide quarterly updates. Again, hoping that's movement towards transparency. Keep you informed. It's going to help Marguerite and I with our conversations and our work with department heads, but also for the public to show them where we're going and the progress that we're making. So absolutely the idea is to get that stuff up. Well, some of it already is up on the website, and to keep putting it up on the website as updates become available.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, clarifications, work plans?
Just note it's a lot of work. I'm very impressed. I didn't have a chance to read everything, but there's a lot of information about everything the town's doing. I
think it's helpful and humbling.
Yes.
to see everything documented.
Right, and that's the high-level documentation. I mean, those are a few words or a phrase or two about what can often be described in paragraphs or sentences or long conversations. So again, as you look through, for the public too, if anybody has questions about what some of those things mean or the details, happy to try to answer them, because there is a lot in there.
Are you formulating a question?
No, I'm
Okay.
good. I'm good.
I think we're okay to, Greg, unless you have anything else to add.
Nope, not for me.
Okay. Moving along to our first public comment break. I'm not seeing anybody online or
Nobody online,
in the audience. So next up, discussion about Selectboard values.
All right, let me pull that up. I'm getting an unexpected server response message.
I'm gonna pull up the spreadsheet, but do you want me to pull up your memo up here and then you can see it?
If you actually want to pull up just the spreadsheet, I think that'll be
Okay. Sure.
with the page. Yeah.
Can't believe nobody joined us.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
far, maybe.
Can I make one more comment about the plans? I would just note
Sure.
to make sure that the department heads and everybody knows that their work is greatly appreciated, and they did such a good job that we really don't have any comments on it.
Excellent point.
I will pass that on. So there were, when we asked you to submit your goals and items, asked you to be thinking about what are some of the values that are coming up. What do you value? We included the stuff that came through: fiscal responsibility, transparency, community engagement. Some of those items. Look at the error message. Also put into the packet, I mentioned Heart and Soul. It was 10 years ago. It was with Essex Junction. It also got a lot of feedback from the community about what the community values. In some ways, it's just an example of what you could use, what you could present. In other ways, it's a resource. Do those things still ring true? The town plan also identified a number of values this year. I'm trying to find them so I can speak a little bit more coherently or knowledgeably about them, but it was about cohesive and connected was kind of their overarching goal from a residence that emerged from our boards and committees, our residents, the planning commission. Other value, these merge between values and goals, but connected, diverse, inclusive, sustainable, a joy to live in. And more the priority items in the town plan touch on affordable housing, a variety of local businesses, sustainable working landscape, biodiversity, bicycle and pedestrian connectivity, recreation and mobility opportunities for the whole community. The heart and soul values were community connections, education, health and recreation, local economy, safety, and thoughtful growth. We included some information from the Essex Personnel Guidelines. That's kind of more organizational and personnel related, but just as another example of some of the values and goals that we have in there. The town has a mission statement to deliver public services that maintain and improve the health, safety, welfare, and quality of life in the Essex community. So on the spreadsheet, Marguerite has pulled up under the values and goals. We went through and under the values and goals tab, we went through and just sort of highlighted some of those things. We tried to propose some ideas that came up from your list of items too that stood out to us, see if any of them resonate to you. A lot of them I touched on from Heart and Soul, the town plan, but excellence came up a few times, fiscal responsibility, service-oriented, transparency, vibrancy. Certainly there's other stuff that might jump out to you or that you want to put on the list for consideration. Part of this is not just having a word or two, but having a little definition or a paragraph that goes with that. What does it mean to you? Why does it mean that way to you? So try to take any questions or explain myself better, but otherwise we'll turn it over to you as of what stands out. Is there anything that's missing? And then maybe we can start to talk about what's really important, and would be great to narrow it down from that list of, 15 items or so, and get it down to 4, 5, 6.
First of all, is there any way to make that just a little bit bigger?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Oh, that's fine. I just have to get my Zoom stuff out of the way. Hold.
but if not, it's okay. I can see most of it. It's like,
Oops. There we go. Oh,
that's all right. Don't, Marguerite.
it's
It's
not
fine.
seem to be translating to the
It's okay. It's fine. I can see it better right. That's good.
The slider down on the lower right corner, will that change it?
It changed it on my screen, but not on yours.
It's up there a little bit.
That's
Oh,
okay.
did it?
Yeah.
I can
Oh,
see
okay.
it. It's fine.
Like-
Don't worry about it. Stop.
Can you
Can-
hit the,
Continue. We're good. I didn't mean to.
can you hit the close on the lower left by the 18?
Yeah, that's true.
There we go.
So, I don't know where this fits in, but I have a concern to our responsiveness to community concerns. Because over this past year, we have heard the same concerns from people over and over and over again, and I'm not sure if we're doing anything to answer those concerns. I don't know if you would call it community responsiveness or I mean, we'll take, you know, the Sand Hill traffic. We've heard that how many times over the past year?
Mhm.
And it's like, okay, I know we're waiting on a traffic study, but where's the traffic study? Are they reaching out to the, you know, I don't know what's going on, and yet we're still hearing, there's truck traffic, you know, and I just want to be able to respond when they have a question, and without the information, it's kind of hard for them to respond.
I can certainly speak to what we have done or haven't done, but I think
No,
for
but
now, the idea of just community responsiveness is,
that-
let's focus on that level.
okay, I mean, that's what I mean when I say that. I guess that I'm trying to explain it. Sorry,
Yep.
I don't know.
And I think if we're looking for a kind of a bucket to put that in, that would go under accountability,
Okay,
being accountable to members of the public and community who
okay,
raise concerns.
that works for me as long as it's
We don't have that one.
Hmm?
We don't have accountability.
It's
Yeah.
true.
It's on one of them lists up there.
I don't think so. I don't see
It
it.
was at one point.
I think it's at the top of the left-hand column.
Yeah, yeah. I was
There you
like,
go.
Oh, there you go.
Ah,
It's a working
we
document.
had to move it on.
I was like, we definitely had it. Yeah.
So maybe we should change the value column to not just be town plan. Accountability, cohesiveness. Are those lined up the way they're supposed to be?
They're two different columns, completely two different columns.
Two
one of
separate
them,
things.
so the one on the left is stuff that Marguerite and I went through, and we just were thinking about what's come up, what have we heard, what's on the list of
Okay.
items you did. The middle column values, that stuff that's documented, that's been documented values for the most part. Stuff that's in the town plan, that was in Heart and Soul. We sprinkled in a few others too, so it's not.
Okay.
So things that are in column A are not necessarily rated to the same row in column C.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're two independent lists,
Right.
they're not related to each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
Crossroad.
Some of them,
Take-
some of
pick-
them cross,
pick and
some of them
choose
didn't.
from
So I was
there.
like,
Don't pick and choose,
Yeah,
add
yeah,
to
yeah.
either one of them.
sorry.
Kind of an open exercise.
Yeah. I'd like to see more. I don't know if it's community involvement, but more community events. I don't know. I know there's like transparency, community engagement, but I don't think that covers what I'm talking about.
I think to vibrancy was one that we put on the list. Depending, that can be a number of things. Vibrant community, community engagement. The town plan had a joyous place to live.
I'm thinking more along the lines of, building community in the sense of, we have Explore Essex, but it's once a year and it's the only thing. So we had, there's multiple things that could fall into that category.
Community connections was one from Heart and
Connections, yeah.
Soul. Yep.
Include any sort of events throughout the year, spring, summer, fall. I'd like to see more of that.
I forgot, hopefully Essex Night Out will come to the town once in a while too. The one the police department does, isn't
Yeah.
that Essex Night Out?
Yeah, but let's focus on
Okay, I was
why.
just saying.
Why?
He was
What's that
looking-
important? What about the events is
sorry.
valuable to you? And we'll get to that for sure.
Having the community together and building relationships builds a stronger community.
Yeah, I've seen I've seen some towns where they have like trivia questions through their newsletter and stuff, where they encourage the residents to get involved in the history of the town. Sometimes that can really involve the community. We have a lot of new people that move in that may not know the history and stuff, so I just think that's kind of what you're talking about, to get more people involved.
No, I'm talking about getting a group of people together, face to face,
Like physically.
physically, for an event. More than once a year. But I agree with what you're. I think that's also a good idea. I think that just goes more into like reaching out for I don't know which word it goes under here. Community engagement. Now there's I guess in my mind that's the separation is engagement and involvement. I don't know if that's the right word, but everybody has the option to get an email or the newsletter, but to have an opportunity for everybody to come together.
think
Like
they
the
may
old
be
town meeting.
Different facets of the same concept.
Right, yeah.
Right. And that's really engaging or involving residents in a way that's most impactful and meaningful to them.
So I have a question. What's the difference between efficient operations and efficient operation stability?
Bad note taking.
Oh, I thought it meant something. Okay, I just meant
One of
something
them's
different.
stable and the other one isn't.
I thought maybe it meant. I'm just asking. Meant something different.
Then there's mandatory efficient operations.
Really look at all this as a rough draft to give you some thoughts
Or
and ideas.
till the start.
Mhm.
So should we be actively removing, adding stuff? Or are we just
How about would it be helpful to add a new column of select board values, and then starting to add comments about how you define those things?
Yeah.
Yeah, so far we had accountability, community connection, engagement, involvement, however we'd like to phrase it, but I think we all get the overall concept, right? Are there any other items that speak to you as a value that we as a select board would consider to be one of the top tenets of why we do what we do?
I would say your infrastructure connectivity. That's high on all of the lists, but we have it in all places in town, but it's not all connected, which will tie into your, sidewalks, roads, things, or walking path, nature trails. We tend to hear a lot of that from a lot of different residents.
So what are the other two that we should make sure we put?
How many-
Accountability was another one that we had talked about.
Okay, you want me to put those on here? Sure.
how many are we trying to come up with? 4 to 6,
We
you
can go
said?
as many as we want, but we may be asked to narrow them down.
At this point, I affectionately refer to this as the throwing of spaghetti, as far as what rises to the top, and then if we feel we need to whittle it down a little bit more.
That's why we have efficient operations and efficient operations / stability.
Right. So Tracy, I thought you had another one that.
Yep, connectivity. Oh, sorry, yeah, community connection, engagement, involvement,
Community and-
whatever. Yeah.
Could you add transparency to accountability? Would that fall into the same thing? As like a
Can get away with
like
having
a-
more if you
like a
have.
duty that we like our duty to the town is accountability, transparency, just I don't know the right word for that, but like being smart with budget and stuff like that.
Fiscal
Yeah,
responsibility.
that fiscal. I was gonna say fiscal, but I didn't think it was the right word. But if we could like find a word that puts all those together, maybe that would be a good word to use.
And again, I mean, stay at that concept level right now. So I think it's, you know, great having accountability / transparency, community involvement / engagement. Once we start to get into, you know, narrow down to the 4, 5, 6, we can start to talk about the why. What does that mean? And that'll help define, you know, just for example, accountability means being able to respond to resident concerns in a timely manner, to be transparent about what we're doing and not doing, those types of things. You can sort of further define so that people can see what each of those words means.
I hate the word branding, but what's the right way to say our image or our
Identity?
identity or perception? You know, I don't know. I don't like branding. It sounds like marketing, but, which I guess it is, but town identity. I somebody asked me last night, "Oh, are you gonna send in the results of the vote to 7 days so they can put it in their paper tomorrow morning?" I said, no, 7 days doesn't care anything about Essex. Not that that's a something that we should pursue, but it's just is a. We think we're a great place, but maybe other people don't. We care. Or try to encourage businesses to come here, but those kind of things that all the branding and logo and all that discussion we're involved in. You want to look long term, you should care about that.
Could you do like economic health or
Yeah, I was actually
something along those lines?
just forming a question.
I'm not a
in my
word guy.
mind around whether town vibrancy, a vibrant town, would include things like economically diverse, a place of business or a destination for folks to come and do their shopping, live, work, shop all in one location, if that covers it. Or whether I'm just throwing
I think
forward.
of the word vibrant. I just like picture a sidewalk with some grass and a bunch of pretty flowers. That's just vibrant to me.
That's why we wanted to define what these things
Yeah.
are, because they mean two different things under the same word. So yeah.
You want that one up there or not?
Yeah, put it up
Yeah,
there.
I
Okay.
can throw it against the wall. We'll see if it
Okay.
There we go.
The other item that I had, and I think this also goes into, the efficient operations, is not only efficiencies, but standardization of processes and like how we perform, to lead into more of a predictable and reliable experience, not only for staff, but also for community members.
Yeah.
Do you have a word for that?
Yeah. What is
Predictability.
Predictability. I like
Standardization.
that.
Predictability.
Predictability is a good word. Predictable.
I was predicting that you were going to say that.
I had a sense that somebody might say,
That's kind of a hard thing because things happen that you can't always be predictable.
No, but you can be predictable on more things than I would say we are now.
Would sustainability be a better word? That's down on the other side there, because that has all of those values. Because you're not saying you're gonna be able to be predictable, but you're gonna sustain
I think it could
your
be
values.
you're
Stability.
sustaining your right. But
I just
instead of
saw it over there down by the
sustaining,
town
it would
plan.
be more like if we're identifying 5 different ways where how things happen, let's go with one, so that even from a staff perspective, and I don't want to get into the management of staff, but even for community members, if they know what that process is, they know what to expect regardless of which department or person they're speaking with, that there is a standard and it's predictable. That's what I was.
Predictable
for that.
standards.
Yeah.
Predictable operating standards. don't know.
I would suggest stick with predictability for now, and then once you start to define it, you can get into predictability of what, why.
Okay.
And Don, sometimes COVID's gonna hit. You're right. Some things are not predictable, but are there areas where you want to be predictable, where you want to be consistent?
But then making them scalable enough so that when those things do come up, then you can adjust and be responsive.
So if you want to be ready to build buildings over there and pay for them, are there things that we need to do to get ready for that that should have a focus? What do we call that? Or is that fiscal responsibility? Or is that a part of a definition that we need then? When we get to that, we can come into there.
If I may opine for a moment, yeah, fiscal responsibility is something that's high on my list as a manager and for the management team for the organization. And it came up in a lot of the items that you want to work on too, that you're focused on finances. Any number of ways, from capital to buildings to the budget to whatever. So I think that fiscal responsibility sure sounds like something that you all value. There's a number of different ways that can translate, but that's something that I think has come up over and over again over the past 2 years in your comments for tonight's meeting and other stuff.
I think that looking at the responses, I sort of feel like fiscal responsibility deserves to stand on its own. It's kind of like a single lens that we would look at everything through, but understanding that being accountable and transparent is sort of
Maybe
what we do with decisions and supporting information and displaying, but fiscal responsibility is sort of how we approach those things. I'm probably not explaining it well.
yeah, maybe say fiscal responsibility and sustainability. Or tied to it. Because obviously if you're fiscally responsible, you should be sustainable.
And sustainability is going to be, this is where the definition is going to come in, because that, depending who you ask, can be any number of things. Is it infrastructure related? Is it finance related? Is it buildings related? Is it climate change? Is it, yeah.
So where does communication fall in this? Is it
It's lumped in with
responsiveness?
community.
Is it accountability? Is it
It's all
lumped
those.
into community involvement, engagement, responsiveness.
that's communication?
Yeah.
What are you thinking by communication?
No, I'm just. It's always a biggie somewhere. It's always communication always comes up, and it's like it covers a lot of things. Just
Do you think?
I don't know. Anyway.
Well, and that's actually a good point, because do we want to put communication into an item that refers to only the community? Understanding that, communication would also involve internal communications, interdepartmental, with, select board staff, also with other municipalities.
Mhm.
I'm just asking questions to
No, it's
get more
fine.
information.
Whatever you want.
I think it's just hard because one minute we were trying to put things all into one category, and then now we're kind of pulling things out. 'Cause if each thing has its own valuable point, but we can't find words that cover them.
Not yet.
Not yet. Because, like, the community one, like, there's 3 different parts of that. There's communication, which is the responsiveness and the involvement. There's the engagement of, having them, knowing how the process works, like you were talking about, which is kind of the predictability thing of being able to, when you talk to staff or whatever, how there's a chain of command and all of that. And then there's the community events. I don't know if like community is just a good word to just have community, and then I don't know. But it's like there's physical responsibility being up with accountability and transparency. There's respect. There's different. To me, there's different sections of each one of those.
Right, and how I look at this is like, forestry leaf.
Right.
Where you have your values, and then you have your goals, and then you have your strategies. And at each layer, you get more detailed as far as what that means. So you could have, a value of sustainability, but under that, your goals could actually include responsiveness to climate change. It could be financial sustainability. It could be, it could spread across more than just one climate change. And then your strategies are your very detailed, hey, we want to be net zero, or we want to purchase hybrid electric vehicles going forward. Does that clarify it a little?
Yeah, I agree. This is already just growing branches. There's already 2 of the same thing up there, if not 3. But I totally hear you. That's why I was having a hard time at the beginning,
So perhaps,
because I don't have words that lump.
yeah. So perhaps instead of getting so granular as community involvement, engagement, responsiveness,
Just community.
think of community.
Community. Then we can break it down.
Community
After.
vibrancy if you wanted to, and then all of those things would collect under that.
And then you could
larger
take away
title,
town vibrancy.
but getting to what that means, I think, is where we get into more of
next
the
step.
granular.
We get community oriented, right? Just happens to be right next to it. I don't know if that.
That's pretty good.
worthwhile.
Did you do that on purpose?
Nice job, Marguerite.
We should just look at the other list and eliminate the ones that we don't think are that important.
Highlight.
I'm just picking.
So if I try to think about things that people will say, why didn't you put this on your priority list? Climate change is one that people will ask for, right? That has come up in other forums. I don't know, if we want to make that a big focus or not. It's hard to be a world leader in a town of 12,000 people or whatever, however big we are. That's something that people will ask about. Forest. Keep hearing about Act 171, whatever the forest block continuity stuff. I don't know how to, environmental aspects or something like, or concerns. That's something that should be up there. I think people will ask us why we didn't put that in there if we don't. Maybe difficult things to work on in the fiscally responsible environment.
Environmentally conscious is a
Environmentally
sort of a
conscious,
catch-all
yeah.
for some of those things.
Yeah. Yeah, that's better.
So put that instead of climate
climate
change,
change, yeah.
because climate change sounds like you're gonna do something explicit for climate change.
Perfect.
Could that consume infrastructure connectivity?
Include what?
Could that consume
Oh,
infrastructure connectivity? And you can break it down more in the next.
Well, I like the idea of having infrastructure connectivity up there, because we're hiring a trails coordinator to specifically work on that. But again, right, we collapse it into something else. We're good.
I just don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused. We're trying to have values and we're setting goals.
It's an iterative process.
I know.
If I may, look at the town plan items. Those are your residents, those are your boards and committees speaking. Cohesive and connected was one of the kind of two overarching goals of the town plan. Is that something that you want to focus on? You can drill down as to what that means, but you're talking about trails, you're talking about infrastructure, that's something that the community says they want.
Yep.
Sounds like you want that too. Do you want to just take their words and adopt them?
Save ourselves a lot of time.
Well, and really, everything we do should be tied back to our guiding document, which is the town plan. That sounds like a good path to take.
here. Highlight it.
Better replace infrastructure connectivity with cohesive and connected?
I mean, you could say the same thing in 10 different ways, right?
Yeah.
In a
But if we can point back to the town plan, then
right,
that's-
exactly, and that, and I think some of those words, it could include a lot more things,
Mhm.
like the community oriented. I think that's great. I think that takes all of those things, just says we're here for the community.
So we've been at this for almost half an hour. We blocked off half an hour for this, although because we got through the first few items so quickly, to stick on schedule, we'd have about another 25, 30 minutes if you want to keep going on this. I think good discussion and good dialogue. Do you want to keep trying to identify some of the value or new values or different values, or do you want to start to define what's up there?
We seem to be trying to define it
as we're
Yeah.
doing it.
anyway.
Yeah,
so.
maybe it is a good point. Start to
Yeah.
define and then.
I was
anything-
gonna just ask is there anything that
That's
we
missing.
feel is missing
Right.
in column D, or do we want to start tweaking and adding in our, what does this mean to you? Good,
I just keep looking at education and wondering where that ties.
It might not. That was one of the heart and soul values, and that was very much community. It wasn't board
Everything.
specific. Something jumps out at you to talk about? Wasn't-
Tracy, you're a word person.
They try to be.
What can we, now that fiscal responsibility and sustainability has its own category, what can we use for accountability and transparency that is like core values? Is that a good word? I just feel like that doesn't fit now.
What if it's just those two?
Like accountability and transparency, like I feel like something more of like values or core values, or I don't know the right word, but
Do you want to have? oops, sorry.
I'm sorry. I think accountability and transparency go hand in hand.
one and the other.
And I think that accountability is
Covers it.
part of transparency.
Right.
So,
Being accountable, being
I-
transparent.
I mean, I would personally
Just go accountability.
either go with one or the other. And I would, well, sustainability, I would,
Well, I was just like, we already had separated those two, so I was thinking just to change the top to something broader that we can, we can define.
Choose one or the other and elaborate on it.
Or I was thinking like values, because you could go into more about, being
Yeah.
respectful and being,
Right.
More than just like our core values of being respectful, being responsible, being
Right.
transparent, being
and I mean, part of-
accountable to our decisions and
to me, you could go with one or the other, right? And then define it
as all
the
of
other
those
one.
things.
So transparency, being accountable to, ...
Right.
Or if you're going with accountability, acting in a transparent manner. So
But do those
you
go?
could
Do
go
those
either
cover?
way,
Do those
it's-
cover like respect and all those things?
think so, but I also think that that's, if being respectful, yeah,
I was just thinking, so
Like-
we could break it. So we could break down with more words. Like, that could also go. That could also like be spread into the responsiveness part of it. As a select board in a town, we're gonna be responsive and respectful and accountable and transparent. And
and again, I think that's at the
And the next
next level
step,
down.
right? But can you do that with those two words? Is my question. I don't think so, but I think those words are pretty defined as what they are.
Yeah.
Like you said, they're basically the same thing in general.
right, and there's no reason why we couldn't say, accountability and transparency and just lump them together. If we don't want to choose one
Right.
or the other for the value. I mean, I think they go hand in hand, so. Are there any other thoughts about?
I would ask the manager if he thinks we're missing one that we do a lot, but we're not really talking about, or from a staff perspective.
Declaration of inclusivity.
Yeah, I was thinking
That
maybe.
housing has come up before, being reactive and responsive to your residents and part of the brand a little bit of as well of, how, do people want to come here? Do they want to live here? Do they want to work here? I think that idea of inclusivity is one that I haven't heard from you tonight, but that I've seen that's come up in the past that we talk about as staff.
Could also carry a respect,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
respect and handling, treating everyone with dignity and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Can we have a group of core values as our value? And then we can define what our core values are. And then we could cover 10 things under it that aren't all of the rest of the categories right now. Or is that cliche?
I
To
think,
have core values as a value.
I think you're trying to make your core values right now.
It's not very transparent, Nathan.
I think you're trying to
Well,
get
if we
out of
define it, it will be.
Jump to page 32.
Are you a
column
lawyer?
B,
32?
reference index.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You gotta use the special glasses to see the key on the page, though.
I mean, when I
I don't know.
I mean,
I feel like there's a lot missing in that aspect of like what you just said with inclusivity and respect and all that. I feel like that's a group of things that's just like the way that we should be.
right, I mean, so a couple of words that we had put up there that might capture what I think you're trying to get at, excellence, service-oriented. You can then define, being respectful, being responsive. I think those overlap with some of the stuff that you have up there. In a way, that's community too. Hopefully a community-oriented place is a respectful place where, just like the invocation of civility that you read at town meeting, we may disagree, but we don't disagree with your right to state your opinions, but we do it respectfully. I forget exactly what the words are at the moment. This one, sorry, just to jump back to Kendall's question, the other one that's not totally up there that we talk a lot about is that idea of thoughtful growth, just to steal from Heart and Soul, but the idea of development that touches on sustainability, predictability could fall into that with, good zoning and subdivision bylaws. Brings in traffic as well, some of those issues of growth and development, and thoughtful growth means a lot of different things to a lot of different people, but that idea of now I'm struggling for the word, but getting into that built environment, and even thoughtful growth covers the sustainability and the forest blocks and environmental issues too.
Yeah,
It's a very broad, encompassing term. But I haven't heard you tonight speak specifically about development and how the town physically grows or does not. That's also infrastructure, that's your DRB, there's a lot of stuff under that bucket of development type issues, or land use type issues.
Density, open space, conservation, same bucket.
Which might all just go back to thoughtful growth and you
Yeah,
better
I like
define it that way.
I like that.
Thing had that. And did we want to have a higher level bucket of inclusivity, which is in the town plan, to include items such as town identity? I think someone threw out adding in like community oriented in there, and that would cover items such as, like Greg, to your point, the declaration of inclusion, but also the invocation of civility. We don't have to agree, but we're going to be respectful, value each other's opinions, and housing. Thinking big bucket. Where
And
we
some of these
find
are
the smaller
gonna,
buckets.
some of these are gonna overlap if you stick with thoughtful growth. I mean, housing falls under
Yep,
multiple areas.
So what was vibrancy?
What do you mean?
Just the green grass by the sidewalk.
Beside that.
Thinking more about like encompassing, I mean, it could encompass events, right? People being out and about, economic vibrancy, economic variability as far as what there is within the town for economic development, how economic development occurs. I mean, it could even include things such as childcare, which has been discussed at EDC, but then that also intersects with, like, housing thoughtful growth as well. Which, and these don't have to be completely standalone. There can be those gaps and overlaps, but understanding where those are identifies like the who is involved within those conversations and initiatives. Greg, Marguerite, if you're thinking of something different.
No, all those things.
Where do we want to start talking about what each of these mean, and that may identify some excuse me, things that are similar where we could put it under the same overarching bucket.
Want to start anywhere in particular?
Start at the very beginning.
It's a very good place to start.
When you hear cohesive and connected, or cohesiveness and connectivity, what does that mean?
You can get there from here.
Brain dump. We'll narrow it down, but brain dump.
That's actually very good.
This ain't Maine.
It's THAR. You can get the R from here.
Yeah, we can.
Here,
Yeah,
You just.
Heeya.
spelled correct while I
Yeah.
do it.
I mean, really, that, you know, slightly glib but very definitive, because you can't get there from here in a lot of places in Essex now. There's a lot of different places that are great on their own. They just need that last piece to.
The only thing I would add to that is the concept of multimodal. So, you know, whether it's
Yeah.
by bike or by car or by walking
Tractor.
or tractor.
Or cow.
Or cow. I'm gonna ride a cow to this next meeting.
Very uncomfortable.
Take me a while though. I don't trot very good.
Now, I don't think this is quite what the town plan was speaking to with cohesive and connected, but you take a less literal approach to it. I mean, that can be community oriented. The community connected with each other, they cohesive. Our residents, see themselves as a community versus a bunch of neighborhoods or a bunch of factions. I'm not saying you do that, but I think the thought to this point, from what I've heard and read, has been more around the roads, the path, the sidewalks, the bikes, the multimodal, all that stuff. But I'll throw it out there as a thought.
So sorry, are you saying that this is connectivity, is person-to-person connectivity, the vibrancy thing also? Is that what we're?
It could be,
Maybe
but
we can-
but that
yeah,
might
yeah,
there
yeah.
might be a better place to say that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So what is
Need a lot of different things.
cohesiveness in our definition?
From what I've read in the town plan and from what I've seen in the stuff you want to work on and that we've heard from residents, I see that more of you can get here from there. Thing.
Yeah.
That's how I would interpret it. That's just me.
So cohesive and connected are basically the same word.
I would say you're cohesive by being connected, and vice versa.
I'm asking because I don't know what cohesive means.
Sticking together.
Sticking together.
So, yeah, one.
Well, if you have a cohesive experience, it's
I've heard the word a million times. I've just never put an actual meaning to it.
The internet says it's characterized or causing cohesion. So
And
that's
parts
a
of the
really
whole
good
work
word.
or fit well together.
That's a really good word. That's useful.
and cohesion is the action or fact of forming a united whole. Okay, so cohesiveness is having a united whole.
Parts work together.
So there's a footnote in the town plan that says, see History of Essex by Frank Bent. Specifically the discussion in chapter 10 about the 19th century town common. I have not gone and seen that reference, but
Ugh.
that footnote comes right after the word cohesive in the
Any others?
understanding you can get there from here being a literal translation. Do we want to expand on that and also define that as, being united, connection between people? I mean, that could include things like events, bringing people together.
Yeah, connection between people covers up.
Connection between people and things and places.
in the interest of time, because now we are getting not up to where about where we should be. We got about 10 more minutes. I'm not expecting us to finalize anything tonight. The idea is to kind of come up with a good rough, if not final draft, and then bring it back to you on May 20th, so there'll be more time to kick this around and finalize and polish things up. So
reminder,
with that
thank you.
in mind, do you want to move on to
Yep.
accountability and transparency? We can always revisit some of these things later.
Being accountable and transparent.
I'd say information is readily available.
And delivered, yeah.
Delivered, accessible.
Accessible.
Exactly,
Available.
Accessible,
Good word.
available, delivered.
Understanding that we also had discussed responsiveness to questions in there. Do we want to add in a component of that? Well,
Yes. And responsive.
Responsiveness.
and there, yeah, and there is responsiveness to
Concerns.
questions, concerns.
Also say what you're gonna do and do what you say you're gonna do, huh? Say what you're gonna do and do it.
Follow through is important.
Perfect. Tulips and daisies.
No, that's for this one.
Green grass.
We skipped one.
Green grass.
Oh,
Green
that's
grass.
funny.
All around in the green grass.
Oh, that's true.
I don't know why that just prompted this in my mind, but you didn't bring your ukulele.
It didn't. Nobody really wants to listen to me play it.
Sorry.
No.
Could have been a community event.
It could have been.
I was just starting to
It could have
enjoy
led to
it.
cohesion.
Yeah, Tammy tried to hire me a couple years ago to play it at the Essex thing. I said, no, I'm not really that good.
Community oriented. Having a focus on bringing on the community's best interest.
This is where you had talked about the events and.
Yeah, but I mean, the events could fall in everywhere. Like, you know, you could go as far as, like, let's just say you did a parade. More community oriented. The connectivity, stuff like that. But then, one of my other goals was like with the farmers market, that could fall under inclusivity, because of bringing, having a structure where you're bringing together people of all backgrounds and business size, and so I think that kind of falls into multiple values. I feel like I only gave you 5 concerns that I had this year. Some of them were the budgets issues, and the rest of them were community things.
Well, it could also be, lumped into accountability, right? Because
Right.
our charge is to act in the best interests of the town.
Right.
So there's also that
Right.
connection there as well.
Yeah. I just come from a town not too far from here that their number one thing, as young as I was remembering, because I grew up there my whole entire life, was there was always one thing after the other. There was the 4th of July and the parades, and
We can get into it in the work items, but
Big
hold that thought, because
stuff
there maybe it's a publicity issue. We've got a lot going on.
right.
We do. and I'll show you.
I know.
Anything of the values, is there anything that really you're not feeling anymore that we can narrow it down? Or keep talking about the definitions and then see if there's anything that can be combined or knocked off?
I think thoughtful growth covers environmentally conscious, to say the truth. If you're gonna be thoughtful about it, you're gonna consider the environment.
I think predictability goes along with being accountable, transparent, thoughtful, community oriented. I think all of those together makes us a predictable select board. Unless somebody else had any other ideas about predictability, but
I think predictability, in my view, was not so much about being transparent or accountable, but it was about the experience with not only us as a board, but also the experience with staff. So if you call one department, you're not going to get a different answer than if you were to call a different department, and the process by which you interact with staff, departments, government, so to speak, is predictable, and it's standard. But I'm not tied to having that there if folks feel otherwise, or that it's encompassed in other areas.
Guess I don't know where we're having a problem with that today. Or are we? Or is this just a, I don't know,
They don't need to be problems that you're addressing, it's
yeah,
what's important to you,
right.
whether it's a problem or
Yeah.
not.
I think it's more about the community experience rather than, but it also ties back to, we had a conversation on Monday night about, feels like it was 2 weeks ago, but on Monday night about, having a standard or predictable expectation around attendance. So that would fall into, this or standard policies and procedures for when we review those policies. I know that, they're all lumped in together, but I was just thinking down kind of that lens.
And it's also important. I hear a lot about when are my sidewalks going to be done? When are my roads going to be done? When are we going to flush the hydrants? Basic things where we do them, but there's not really a published schedule.
So maybe it's more around like enhancing standards rather than
Yeah, I mean, a lot of
predictability could mean multiple things.
a lot of things we're providing a lot more information, and sometimes that information can really answer that. It's like, well, when's my road going to be paved? Here's the plan. That's what I was thinking of in terms of predictability.
Well, again, maybe we just put that down, move past it, and revisit it later after we can digest what we came up with this evening.
responsible budgeting and town planning,
We can afford what we
future
do.
planning. Responsible budgeting and future planning, does that make sense? Or along, anybody, I'm just spewing here.
Sorry. I don't know who I'm apologizing. It
No,
feels like
This whole, or,
I'm speaking a lot tonight, and I've been trying to be conscious of not speaking as much and letting, your voices rise up.
I just wanna know why Don's not talking.
I'm writing.
But also for future planning, the fiscally responsible component of that, right, is not being penny wise and pound foolish, as far as,
Right.
you know, repairs and planning for capital projects, more involved projects. Building maintenance, you know, it's typically more
Pay me now
financially
or pay
responsible
me
to
later.
I would just, yeah.
maintain what you have so you're
You
not.
could keep going.
then
You could keep
inundated
going
with a
on with
really
that. You
large
could just
repair.
leave it as capital, or add in vehicle replacements on top of that. Make it even longer. But you could just leave it as just
Capital
capital,
projects. Or alone, yeah.
or along those, etc. Because there's a lot of certain things in capital that we haven't been sustainable the past years.
I know we hate that word sustainable, but with thoughtful growth, it's really environmentally conscious and sustainable.
Sustainable growth.
Or some word comparable.
Predictable development patterns that
Yeah.
balance,
That goes under predictability.
does predictability fall into that? Variety of places. What did I say? Predictable development patterns that balance the need and willingness to grow with the protection and preservation of open space and
Natural resources.
natural resources. Yeah.
I mean, just to
You used to be a planner.
I know what you mean.
There we go.
just to say two words on the just to say two words on the thoughtful growth. You see a number of towns that they go and they get their municipal complex and it's wonderful and it's great and they pay for it initially and they don't take into account that, well, there's going to be some increased costs for that thoughtful growth. So I think that's important for a board to realize that if you build sidewalks everywhere, you need to maintain the sidewalks. Coming back to that, but that's, to me, that's thoughtful growth, is that if we're gonna do a great big development or improvement or something, we need to understand up front, and be transparent that you're gonna need more staff or more equipment, more whatever, so. To me, that's,
You build a bigger library, you need more librarians.
right,
You
yeah.
need more
My wife
books
keeps
too.
telling me that one.
Yeah, yeah, but also to that point is with growth and development comes in increased demand on services, right?
Yeah,
Which ties into impact fees and
yeah.
the community impact on that growth, which I think, you know, is covered. Greg's very eloquent definition. We good with thoughtful growth? Inclusivity.
Community.
Being inclusive. No, don't put that.
I'd say who we
Let's
are.
add the phrase in the definition.
We have on almost all of them.
I would say who we are is big. I mean, I hear that a lot. As you read it in the forum and everything, we're like, Essex is the town that's trying to matter. It's like, well, when you define yourself, and you can do that with signature community events or things that you have or whatever, but who we are is really going to be important going forward. You know?
And I think it's also being representative of all of who we are,
Right.
and
And all of the values in the town plan.
Yeah.
That word tree that they have there. Community gardens, stuff like that. I like that word
Perfect.
tree in the town plan. We should, yeah. There's a lot of good words in there.
Welcome.
And the bigger the word, the more times it was put in.
Oh, yeah. Mhm.
I think
Like farmers markets.
welcoming.
It's a big word.
respectful.
Serious, in the town plan, it's a big word.
Yep.
We did it. Only took us an hour and 15 minutes, but
Great time, huh?
Started at 5:10 and it's 6:16. Good for first pass.
aye.
And Greg, Marguerite, are you?
Do you want to keep vibrancy, come back to it, or just tulips, daisies, and green grass are really, really, really important?
Hey, come on, you couldn't let that slide.
So that's I don't know, the desire to live and do business in Essex. Right? Part of that.
Don't forget the joy.
Joy and prosperity, right? Isn't that like a sub of vibrancy is joy and prosperity? Be warm and welcome and successful is not what prosper means,
Joy to live in.
right? What's prosperity mean?
Prosper?
Huh?
You're asking what prosper means?
Live long and prosper.
Prosper.
Is that what I'm asking you if you're asking.
Oh yeah, no, I was.
Oh, okay.
Well, and also I think, you know, town vibrancy, it's not wayfinding, but it's more like, I don't know how to describe it, but even like, you know, the placemaking, but like banners on light poles for a sense of identity and a vibrant community. We don't know how to.
Like welcome to Essex signs on all parts of entry.
It's, yeah. I mean, it's welcoming, inclusive, but it's also like the visual aspect more so than the inclusivity. I mean, inclusivity can be about vision and visual aspects, but the actual
Bustling, active, variety of businesses, variety of
right.
opportunities.
All the buildings look the same. No.
Yeah, I think that's fine to get us to where we are. I could think of some more
Bury all
words
those
that
power lines
I
in
can.
15.
Landscaping.
Bury all the power lines and
Well-
so you can see the mountains.
I was thinking if we dug a tunnel, we wouldn't have so much truck traffic. Dug a big tunnel just for trucks.
We have one of those rail guns. We shoot them right there.
Shoot 'em across.
Refocusing on what these stated values mean to us. Are we good to move on to our break, or do we want to add more words and definition to any of what's up there?
Well said.
I'm not seeing anything. Good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Starting at 6:20, 20, 30, 65. Yeah, we're
Okay.
basically done. Oh,
This is where we should be.
yep. Okay, so yeah, let's break for 10 minutes.
All right, so back at 6:30.
Yep, 6:30.
Steve, we're live, we're good? All right, got through a good portion of it. So select board values, we'll just take a quick review of these and what you were talking about before we jump to the next one. Cohesiveness and connectivity, accountability and transparency, community-oriented, town vibrancy, predictability, fiscal responsibility and sustainability, thoughtful growth, and inclusivity. So, with those in mind, what do you want to do over the next 5 to 8 years? I chose that number to or the time frame to have you think about because it aligns with the town plan, which covers an 8-year period. And since we just adopted a town plan, what better time than to look 8 years out? So as I mentioned earlier, Marguerite and I went through yesterday all of your different work items, and we tried to categorize some stuff into areas where there are a lot of repeats, or certain items that aligned with each other or fell into the same category. I'll review those in a minute. As I go through them, keep an eye of, with a few wording changes or additions, does this sound like a long-term goal? So for instance, capital, and you have these, Marguerite's got them up on the screen as well. They're just in alphabetical order at this point. Capital came up a bunch. Is there a long-term goal around that? Of course there is, because capital planning is 5-year plans. We update it every year, but generally speaking, what do you want to do with capital? Do you want to ensure that capital assets are cared for and replaced and funded accordingly? Does that become a long-term goal? Community engagement and transparency. Do you want to continuously improve community engagement and transparency over the next 5 to 8 years? We'll get into some of the specifics in the next step, but just thinking at the higher level right now, what do you want to do with these things based on your values? There's a lot of financial issues that came up that you mentioned around revenue, presentation of the budget, policies related to finance. Capital could fall under that bucket. Fund balance was mentioned. A little bit lower down, there's non-tax revenue that came up a few times. That could be considered a financial issue. You want to focus on finance and make sure that fiscal responsibility is one of your values. Make sure the town is doing what it can to provide adequate services and maintain its infrastructure at a reasonable cost. Transparent reasons for your taxpayers. Housing came up a few times. Long-term planning, which again could cover a few different buckets under here. Number of miscellaneous items, about 7 of them that were kind of standalone, didn't quite fall into any sort of category, so that's probably something more to talk about in the next portion of the meeting. Non-tax revenue, I mentioned that might fall under finance, but that was mentioned 6 times, 6 different ideas around how to look at non-tax revenue for the town. Maybe that's something you want to increase and each year try to bring in some more non-tax revenue. Opioids came up a few times. That's obviously been a topic of conversation and an issue within the community as of late, so that's certainly on your radar. Is there something specific, reduce the reliance or reduce opioids in the community and provide support for folks that need it? Is that a long-term goal? Policies came up a few times. The tax sale policy, which in particular was mentioned, I think a couple of times. Again, that could fall under finance, or it could just be something that you want to do a review of policies every so often. As Marguerite and I have talked, she's mentioned before that it's a good area where you could look to be inclusive and making sure your policies are welcoming and inclusive to the people who work here, live here, want to be here. Traffic came up a few times as well. That kind of falls under potentially the cohesiveness and connectedness, as does sidewalks, trails, and connectivity. Anything jump out at you there? Does that make sense? Do you want to try to look at these, turning these into long-term goals, or is there something that is completely missing the mark on here, or that you don't see on here that you want to work towards in the next 5 or 8 years?
Development Review Board's gotta happen this year, right?
Right.
The transition to
Right.
it.
Mhm.
Um,
Good point.
Not really a 5-day year then.
Didn't we just finish the tax sale policy Monday night?
We took step 1.
We updated it. There's some
Yeah.
comments in the work plan about do we continue to look at it in future years.
Again, I don't know, that's a 5 to 8 year thing, whether that's I hope we aren't tweaking it every year for the next 5 or 8 years, but,
And maybe that's something that falls under
it-
policy review and update, and all these things are gonna change over the years.
Yeah,
Matter of course, regular.
right, not a specific item, yeah.
Where would the vehicle equipment replacement schedule fall under?
I would say capital and/or finance issues and/or long-term planning.
Just to expand a little bit on housing commission, this also goes to fiscal responsibility is the focus on not only housing and available housing, but affordable housing. And identifying, it's more in the, feedback from the housing commission, right, around inclusionary zoning, housing trust fund, acting on what they come back to with.
Mhm.
But it still falls under housing commission.
Right.
Just wanted to note that there was a financial component, not for the select board, but for residents.
Mhm.
So municipal complex is up there, and that's, yeah, I totally get that that's gonna take 5 to 8 years. There's also the possibility of a recreation complex. It's not, pool's gonna die sometime in the next 3 to 5 years. Die is a hard word, but, it's no longer used for the swim meets because it doesn't meet the standards, and Ellie always reminded us that the pool was as old as she was. And it's gonna get to its end of life. And when we're looking at community vibrancy, you gotta have recreation facilities too. This is specifically saying municipal complex. And I don't know, maybe it fell into the miscellaneous one. There's in one of the work items for Parks and Rec is a recreation needs study. I think we need to, along with the whole capital planning and community planning, be cognizant of how we can afford to do what that might tell us. But I don't know where that's covered. It may be I'm getting into specifics rather than a general category here.
Yeah, I I think that we assigned maybe it was me, assigned the recreation impact, or the recreation need study under long-term planning. I think that's where I
Okay.
put that one.
Okay.
But yeah, if you want to get into more specifics, and if one of your long-term goals is to repair, replace, improve, expand recreation facilities within the town, that sounds like a long-term plan.
Mhm.
Me.
What about replacing every public works vehicle in the next 8 years?
I think that would fall under
I
capital
know, I'm just
planning, which
picking on you.
could be, no, it could be, I mean, it's,
If you can afford.
Ethan, I mean, to give me my thought.
That's one of my goals, so I'm gonna bring that up on the next conversation.
Right,
anyway.
so just to use that as an example, I would think that your long-term goal would be to fully fund and ensure that vehicles are replaced within their useful lifespan, or like before the end of their useful
Valuable.
lifespan.
Yeah, their valuable
and to make sure that
lifespan.
funding is available to do that over the next 5 to 8 years. And then, to jump ahead, what do you want to do this year? Okay, let's make sure we have a good list of assets of our vehicles and what it's gonna cost to replace them, and start thinking about how we do that. So that's kind of where
Which falls under capital and finance issues.
Yeah, or long-term planning or
Yeah,
finance,
long
any one of those.
Yeah,
buckets.
all three really.
But I would say if that's one of the goals that the board has of to, you know, and do you want to keep it with specifically, not all of you, but is that, you want to specifically focus on the replacement and of public works vehicles within their useful lifespan, or do you want it to be repair, replace, all capital assets within?
Exactly.
I would say fully fund the capital plan, because we're not.
But you gotta start somewhere.
Yeah.
We'll
But a
start this
long-term
conversation
goal.
again in 15 minutes.
Right. So what do you think about starting to expand some of these ideas? And I've heard, I guess, two so far. We can put them up there for discussion from all of you, but one to basically review our parks needs and plan for a, what did I say? What did you say? Robust park system and that's
Recreation, facility or facilities or.
Recreational needs assessment.
Yeah, right. You know, and then acting on it is the longer term
Needs.
part.
Yeah, and I would,
Facilities.
and I would say, again, to use that as an example, I would say the 1-year goal is gonna be create a recreation needs assessment.
Mhm.
Then it's gonna be act on that, and then it's gonna be chip away at things, so.
Right. And
Um,
how does it fit in with everything else that we want to do? And
Right. Right, so for the sake of discussion, one long-term goal is to ensure that our recreational needs are being met, including by replacing or expanding the recreational assets that we have in need for our community.
Can you make that in a couple words?
No. And I mean, I could, but then it'll be more of a value.
You can kick
I mean,
me. You
this
can
is-
kick me out.
Yeah, no. So, I mean, think of this as the values are 1 or 2 words. The long-term goal should be a sentence or 2. So I don't know, do you want to start writing down, recreational,
Needs.
evaluate our recreation needs and find a way to
Fund them.
fund them and expand them, and, or maybe expand is too large of a word, to make sure that the community's recreational needs are met and funded accordingly.
There's been comments about having a robust capital plan with appropriate funding as well.
Yep, so that was gonna be the next one. Ensure that our capital needs are understood and fully funded.
I think it may be a component of that rather than at this level, but it's reevaluating the funding mechanism
Mhm.
for the capital plan. Taking into consideration reappraisal, taking into consideration, all of the levers that go into that.
Yeah.
So I would,
Also thinking about, funding water sewer based on surplus from
Mhm.
rates.
Right.
and I would look at that and say that the long-term goal is to ensure that capital needs are understood and fully
Okay.
funded, and then,
Mhm.
year 1, year 2, year 3, let's evaluate where that income is coming from, and do we need to explore other options? You might feel differently, that's just my,
No, that sounds,
thought of what
it's encompassed
what would be
under.
helpful for me. Maybe save that as a work plan item. Yeah, well, that's perfect.
The other thing we need to talk about, we do want to build a municipal facility in the,
Mhm.
and the question of, what does it include and all that.
Mhm.
But 5 to 8 years, I'm hoping that we have a couple of buildings up there, not just one.
the construction of at least some of the new building needs at the municipal complex?
Pending public approval.
That's one of your goals, maybe. And I'm trying not to put words in your mouth, so please speak up if.
Or maybe rephrase that to see, instead of being specific with the buildings, see, the vision of the new municipal complex, beginning or starting or proceeding or some
Progress on the.
progress,
yeah,
yeah.
On the community's vision for the new town center and municipal complex.
Yeah.
Is that a 1-year plan or a 5-year plan?
I think it's gonna be a 5 to 8 year thing.
For design?
It might be a 3-year thing, you never know.
And progress on the, progress on the construction of it.
Oh, I thought he was talking design and community input, and I'm hoping that's not gonna take that.
Oh, yeah, that's your fiscal year 25 work plan towards that item,
Yeah,
as an example,
yeah.
that you said you want to do in the fund.
Looking at our values, we talked about connectivity, improvement of trails and multimodal transportation opportunities or options.
They got sidewalks, trails, and connectivity up there.
Well, or are we, what are we doing here then?
I think you're specifying what you want to do, and some of them are going to be falling under those buckets. These are just the categories that that we saw. So I think that what you just said would fall under that category of trails and sidewalks, and we can talk about whether we stick with these categories or if we more use your long-term plan to accomplish the next step.
You say it again, Andy.
Does that make sense?
Assessment of
So I'm not sure. I guess I'm not sure. Am I wasting time by putting any of these words in here?
No, this is what I'm looking for. Are these kind of specific? We
Okay.
want to see these things done over the next 8 years.
So I do want to see improvements in multimodal transportation options.
I'm sorry, but I gotta say it because it happened to me on the last time. But all my ideas are getting recategorized into stuff that's already existing, and everything else is getting written down into paragraphs. I'm really
Hold on.
confused.
Well,
this
hold
is-
on. I want to come back to that. So I just want to use this as another example. So the improvements in multimodal transportation options, that's a long-term goal. The next step is going to be, what do we want to do this year, next year? That could be anything from hire and onboard the trails coordinator to put signs up to allow sidewalks to whatever. Any number of those things fall under that category of sidewalks, trails, and connectivity. And Andy's looking to put that into a more of a long-term goal. You're going to figure out what you want to do next year towards that goal. So I don't know if that was
Yeah, that was what I said earlier. I would like to replace every public works vehicle in the next 8 years. That way, because the capital budget next year is, I forget the exact number, but it was over $50,000 in the negative. That's my goal. I don't care about all the other vehicles. All the other capital vehicles aren't in the negative by $50,000 with vehicles being pushed out needing to be replaced. Public works specifically
Okay. So
is down, and that's not under.
So I misunderstood what you were saying.
Any of those things.
That's when I said evaluate, ensure that our capital needs are understood and fully funded, or whoever said that.
But isn't that a work item that gets you toward this? That's where I'm.
All right, but that's what all these other bottom ones are, and that's what happened with the community events. They just got.
Well, community events was,
I'm good.
it's going to come up later on too,
Okay.
and we'll get into values. I think that's a question for all of you is, do you want a very specific work item over the next 8 years to make sure that all public works capital vehicles are replaced? And or do you want a work item that says we want to
I don't think
fully
that's a
ensure that
5 to 8
all
year goal.
capital needs are funded and taken care of, including public, no, in parentheses, that includes public works vehicles, I'll leave that to you. But Ethan, that's where I see your specific item as one under that other item, but if you want to use, I'll see it, or you want to advocate for that to be a separate, specific, standalone item, have that discussion, please.
I'm good. I'm all set.
I think
Carry on.
Anybody else have anything they want to see in the next 5 to 8 years? I know I've been speaking my mind, but others can too.
I mean, I don't think it's 5 to 8 years, but to Ethan's point, I think it's really about, you know, not only those specific vehicles, but, you know, doing an assessment on whether our purchasing policies are truly meeting the need from not only a financial perspective, but, you know, are they meeting the needs of our staff and our residents?
Purchasing policy specifically.
I like Greg's explanation that covers the big picture, that we're looking at it, and then each year you would pick off parts towards that. You could start with the public works.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
And I would, the next step, I
So,
would put it right in.
can you explain to me the difference of the last sentence and then the last item in the original spreadsheet?
You mean the
The last
improvements?
item in the original spreadsheet is just telling you that it appeared 7 times in the stuff that we inputted to these guys.
Right.
It's not, we're not adding to that table. We're taking that table, we're taking the things out of that table that we think should be 5 to 8 year,
We only have
and
4
putting
things.
some words in there.
So far.
So far, you can suggest more if you'd like. I'm sorry.
No,
Spoke out of turn.
that's okay, no.
So Ethan,
I'm good.
no, but you brought up the community events, and so I just want to try to explain where I was going with this stuff. I'm pretty sure that we put community events under the community engagement line that's up there, just to kind of categorize it of, you know, engage with the community, bring people together. That's a community engagement thing. Maybe you disagree with that category, and that's fine. This was me and Marguerite just putting our thoughts together, and you can take it or leave it. That's completely up to you. It was just to try to provide some focus. But within, you know, looking at the community engagement item or category that we suggested up there, are there specific things, like, such as expand the number of community events we have, or make sure that we have a community event every single month or every single week. That's not dismissing anything. That there's 62 items that we've narrowed down into 14 up there, 13 up there. So this is the time to focus on, you know, which of those categories do you want to build on, focus on. It might be all of them. Maybe you need a sentence for all of them, or more than that. But that was the logic behind what's up there right now.
So there could be an item there that says expand and or improve awareness of community events. Could be a 5 to 8.
I agree with that, but that's already up there.
No, but that's a different list. That's a different.
Why is it a different list? Those were our thoughts. Why are we making a whole new list? I guess I don't understand.
Because underneath that, so under community engagement transparency,
Right.
there were 6
Response.
individual responses that would tie into that. So trying to find the common thread of those responses
When we set our goals.
that would fit into, like, what do we want to accomplish in 5 to 8 years to inform the next step of, you know, what are the very specific work items, like the vehicles, the specific
Right.
vehicles. But what are kind of like the mid-level goals for the next 5 to 8 years? So it's expanding on the repeat items to be more in line with what that 6 represents, like the individual submissions that we put forward.
Can I ask Marguerite to jump ahead for a second?
Yeah.
So first of all, maybe it's going to be helpful for all of us if, right in the 16 cell there, go back to the categories, sorry. Select board long-term goals as a header, to make it clear that this is it's a new column, it's a new category.
You want it up top on read
Right
it?
there is fine.
That
Oh, sorry, I would do it
Okay.
myself. I would call it long-term goals.
Oh, sorry, I was just thinking, yep, you're right.
So it's basically just putting more meat
Right.
to what those items in the table are.
And so now, if Marguerite can go down to the fiscal 25 work items. These are all the things that you submitted. So just starting at the top, capital. The specific work items were capital planning for future needs. The capital plan should be directly based on needs with the funding proposed each year matching those needs. Row 4, I'd suggest paving plans and gravel plans should be based on a time frame that allows all the roads. Next one is capital, specifically public works. Another one, vehicle equipment replacement schedules. To us, those are all capital items. And maybe you disagree that that's the wrong term for it. But I think within all of those things, there's a desire amongst all of you or many of you to focus on capital in the coming years. Now, how you do that in each year is going to differ, but that's your goal. Next one is community engagement, transparency, because there's some, a few different things in there, but increase community engagement, data visualization availability, use that data to drive informed decisions, bringing in youth and younger voices, better supervision and support of committees, farmers market, more community events, all of those things we felt kind of fell into the concept or category of community engagement and transparency. Again, you might feel that's the wrong term, and that's fine, but within those things, 8 years from now, do you want to see increased community engagement with better transparency that supports diversity of opinions from ages and better events that bring people together? That's kind of the long-term goal that we're going to chip away at next year with some of those items. Oh, is that helping everybody? Good. Like I said at the beginning, this is a new way of doing things.
I mean, this will be a great document for the public because they'll be able to look and say, okay, select board long-term goals, fully fund the capital, and they can go down and say, oh, here's all the things that could potentially happen or work up. They've done this one and they're working on that one. And breaking it down instead of just saying we're going
like our checklist, and the one before is like the headers
yeah.
for the different categories, buckets, individual.
So we might very well, where it says category, parentheses, long-term goal, we might very well scrap that category and delete that column and just put in long-term goal. And the stuff you are choosing right now, that'll get assigned there.
So could we add in a category for with the last? Oh.
So Marguerite, on that one, that line 21, I think what I had language I suggested was expand and or improve awareness of, because if we're already doing community events, we just need to be able to get the word out better. That again, that may not be a 5 to 8 year goal. I don't know.
Was it in the next 5 to 8 years or from 5 to 8 years?
Starting tomorrow,
Yeah.
starting on July 1st,
Okay.
what are we going to do to try to accomplish this goal over the next 5 to 8 years? You got to do some of it on July 1st, and some of it on December 31st, and some of it in 2027, and some of it in 2030. But at the end of these 5 to 8 years, hopefully we can look back and say, we have more community events and people are more aware of them. Or we have our capital plan and it is fully funded. That's the goal.
Then, which drives me to the question of whether that's actually a work item rather than a goal, because the goal is maybe more community engagement, and that's a way to.
I think that could be. I
involvement,
think
if you
that
wanted
can be
to
a
word
long.
I don't know what the.
I think that can be a long-term goal. And there might be work items towards that, but I think.
Yeah, okay.
Continually improve access and accessibility of, I don't know, information, documents, all the things.
I guess for me, community engagement is the way this board engages the community that comes to us. It has nothing to do with building community happiness, farmers market. It's how we're engaging the people that are asking us to do. We do not do that well, and that's why we keep hearing the same issues over and over. To me, that's community engagement that we need to work. So I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something here, because to me, the rest of that isn't engaging the people that have concerns.
I think,
So what
I
do you
think,
put that
I think
under?
people need to engage with each other also. I mean, there are plenty of people in this town that don't even care that they live in Essex. They just live here because they live here.
I know that, but I'm just saying.
And, I have neighbors who I don't even know their names, kind of thing. Why is that? If there's things that we can do to help people connect with each other, I think we should do that too.
And I get that, but I'm just saying, is there two types of community engagement? There's one community engagement, one's community outreach. Because like I said, my engagement for me is the way I interact with people that come to either Zoom meetings or select board meetings, or if we go out into the public and do a presentation, and how, they have questions. That's community engagement to me, not, the Essex experience. That's something totally different. So I'm not sure separate that, because to me it's different. But maybe not. Maybe I look at it different.
Well, maybe other than the community events, we could add one for increase responsiveness to, I don't know, public input, or
I don't know. I'm
public
just,
yeah.
I don't know. It's just, I'm so frustrated with hearing the same things over and over and over again for almost a year now on some of this, and it's still coming. It's like, why haven't we? At least if we respond and say we don't know how to fix it. I mean, that's a response. We're not giving this group or these groups with various interests, and we're sitting here, we're taking information every other Monday night. But what are we actually doing to move the group along, or to satisfy the, to correct the issue? Does that make sense to you? I'm just a little.
Mhm.
There's more things happening in town, Andy, than what we hear about. And I'd like to figure out how to fix the problems now, so that we can move on to hear from other people. That's community engagement to me. I mean, that's.
So, can I respond? So, one of the problems is we're hindered by open meeting law, where if somebody brings up a subject that we have not warned we're going to have a discussion about, we can't have a discussion about.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I get that, but why can't we discuss it at the next meeting?
You can request to.
I'm just,
Yeah, we
I
could- we
can't.
could-
I'm not part of the agenda making people. You
You can-
guys are. So.
No,
You
no. it's-
absolutely have
But,
the.
well, I'm
the-
just saying. Do you
ability
understand
to
what I'm saying about
request.
engagement with the public? Maybe it's public engagement, community. I don't know. Maybe I'm not making my point.
No,
but I just don't think.
Yeah, and I certainly see that some of the response that that folks get that come to happens outside of the meetings, and not everybody sees it because we don't want to have a discussion
Right, and yeah.
on email about it either.
Yeah.
And so maybe that's something that's missing, that we're not raising awareness that, okay, we have responded to this, and this is how we responded,
Right.
and government takes time.
And I get that, but we need to be able to state that, like with the traffic study. I'm sorry, we can't do anything about truck traffic till we get this study and make it a public statement. Not just tell one or two people, but tell people what's happening. You know,
I thought we have, but maybe.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just, and that's
And-
just, that's because although we haven't heard from that in a little while, I'm just saying It's stuff like that that keeps coming back and back, back.
So on the trucks going in and out of the sand extraction
Yeah,
area,
yeah.
the Act 250, that's an Act 250 issue, it's not a town issue, it's an Act 250 issue. They have reached out to Al Senecal and they asked him to provide an affidavit that swears that he is following the terms of that
Okay.
that
It's Act 250 permit.
Act 250 permit. And there's a deadline, I think it's May 26th or something like that. It's coming up pretty quick that he has to certify that he's actually following the terms of that. I'm not
No,
I'm
I'm
not
just
trying
saying,
to
but
confuse
isn't
anything you
that
say, but
important? So is that private information?
no, it's not at all, not at all,
Then
totally
how
public.
come it didn't get released to the
Yeah,
public
I
then?
didn't know that.
So, Patty Davis was copied on the letter from Act 250. I believe, I have to go there.
Yeah, I received an email. Maybe I forgot to send it on to you. I know I updated you on some of that stuff.
I mean, like conservation and trails, did they know that? They're the other ones that have raised the issue with sand and all.
I don't know.
I just, so
It's,
But I
it's-
think
yeah.
to bring it maybe back to,
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no, I'm just trying to address this one.
Yeah, yeah.
It's to say that, like, the point I'm trying to make is things do happen outside of our meetings, and it's
and I
really
get
hard
that.
to say everything.
Communication.
So, yeah.
But
And
I'm
so,
just
but
saying,
maybe,
it's part of the engagement.
Communication.
but maybe that's the point, is that we have to figure out how to do a better job of that.
and does that fall under, to bring it back to tonight, does that, I'm sorry,
That's okay. Go.
does that fall under continually improve access and accessibility of information and documents?
Right there, yeah.
And then
You
next
could have,
year we
a-
start,
I was gonna say, you could have a work item under that that specified that anything brought directly to the board, the next board meeting would be a blurb of what happened.
could be that, it could be that I could tell you we're working on creating web pages for these community issues that are coming up, so we can try to keep people informed. It could be that we're gonna ensure that everything we find piece of information is forwarded to the select board, or
But
what we think
it's
is the
different
appropriate
between
committee.
telling me and sharing with the public, because they're the ones out.
Right, right.
But if they're
But big
asking-
picture,
Yeah.
the goal is to improve communication with the public and the select board, right? Or something along those lines?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that works.
And then we can talk about what do we want to do tomorrow to do that, to take a step in that direction.
Yep.
Where are we now?
Yeah. We're at 81 Main Street. I'm trying to put words in my head around like assessing community impact of opioid overdoses within the community. Maybe not impact the right word, but more around community awareness and prevention.
And
Is going to opioids too specific? Should it be more general with regard to
Yeah, I was trying not to
any
get too
health or
specific,
safety
but-
issue? Or, I mean, do we, yeah,
And not specific to opioids, but substance abuse, public safety.
Would almost say like health concerns, because it could be anything from COVID to opioids to another drug to anything.
Mental health issues.
or is there a more general public safety goal that we want to have? And that would cover that.
Any impacts of public safety issues?
We basically put one in our values.
Yeah, but these, yeah, it's a different list of words.
There's some good wording in our values for public safety and health. Pretty sure, unless it got deleted. We came up with something about the health and prosperity of the people of the town.
Oh, the
Might be a long one.
vibrancy, that one?
You could change some of that into health.
And, and opioids are a big problem right now. I don't think they're gonna go away in a year. So if you wanna be specific about targeting opioids, I think that's okay. If you wanna then take another different long-term goal about more broader community health, I think that's okay too.
Well, and it also, a work item could be, create a plan for the settlement funding in order to mitigate that concern.
Well, I would say settlement funding in Narcan.
Right. Right.
That will keep coming for
Right. Yeah,
years.
so it meets
So-
the need and it meets the time frame.
Where did you put awareness at the end? You mentioned also awareness. Did you want that at the end, like end?
Awareness of
Okay.
opioid versus blah, blah.
Do you wanna do more than just assess it and make people aware of it? Do you wanna do something?
Maybe mitigate community awareness. Though we're not really
Assess
mitigating the
Or
awareness.
respond to.
Respond to.
I mean, sure, long-term support of public safety infrastructure or infrastructure is not the right word.
Infrastructure be a good one.
In the community or
Dam's a good subcategory for that.
What is? What did you say?
I said infrastructure would be good for public safety because the
Oh.
dam is a good
Oh,
8-year goal.
This may be too great. Around thoughtful growth, having a set schedule for planning, regulations that they're, it doesn't feel reactive based on deadlines, but we're constantly doing that outreach along the way. I don't think I'm explaining myself very well.
I mean, like updating zoning and subdivision
Yeah.
regulations, or?
I'm just thinking of, not wanting to go into, like, exploring, form-based code, specifically around the municipal complex, the town center, ETC next, but, how, it's kind of like reevaluate whether our zoning regulations and overall planning documents are truly overall reflective of community wants and desires, which,
the planning commission function.
And staff.
yeah,
But I don't know that, can the select board be driver of that? Or should that come from the planning commission?
I mean, should we have thoughtful growth as value? Since,
Question.
I think it could be a goal of yours. What you do towards it in any given year could be a combination of what the manager is asking and directing staff to do, or what the planning commission decides is relevant. I mean, do you say something like, ensure that planning documents are updated accordingly to meet the changing needs of the community. I mean, they've
Yeah.
looked at form-based code. I mean, I've talked to the ComDev directors about, does it make sense to every year, every 2 years, update something? And some years it might, other years it might not, for various reasons. I think if you keep it high level about, making sure that you're evolving with the times and the needs, the goal.
And again, not wanting to micromanage the planning commission, make sure that we're being intentional about the expectation as far as staff support and how that fits into the whole. It's not only the planning commission that uses those documents. They bleed into what we do as well.
But can we statutorily
I mean,
drive those kind of?
we're not directing them. We're down as something we'd like to see.
Have a concern. I'm okay with me having a concern.
I guess I wouldn't limit that to, yes, I mentioned planning documents, but just like making sure that our guiding documents and word standards, but you know what I mean, are updated regularly and reflect the needs of the community.
About one for maximizing non-grand list revenues.
Non-tax.
I was
Or
like,
non-tax,
Or
or alternative
non-property tax,
revenues. Thinking all of them, something to include all of the options. Yeah, no, tax.
Property.
Perfect.
I don't want property.
Property.
Give me some of that. Drop through.
We still have a lot of time left, but we're past the time frame of this one. But I'm thinking we might be able to combine some of the next two and sort of work through the work items. If I can jump in for a moment, just looking through those categories and looking at the long-term goals, is there anything that's missing at this point? We've talked about capital, talked about community engagement and transparency, and maybe that needs to be expanded a little bit. Development Review Board will probably just be a one-off. Finance issues, I don't know, Kendall just mentioned the non-property tax revenues. I don't know if there's other specific finance goals that you'd like to identify. Anything around housing commission, long-term planning, it touches on a number of things and is touched on, but is there anything that's showing up there that you don't see reflected below, or anything that you'd want to see that you don't see anywhere at this point, as far as where you want the town to be in 5 to 8
So
years?
did you move the municipal complex stuff down there too? I can't.
Yeah, there was, where is it? Line 19, see progress on the community's vision and construction of the
Okay.
new municipal complex.
Would increasing Parks and Rec revenues fall under non-property tax?
Yeah.
It would for me, but again, that's one of those, if you wanted very
Oh, that's fine.
specifically, okay.
We put that right under it. Next step. References. Do you know offhand roughly what the miscellaneous category has?
We can jump ahead to the tab and take a look.
Just in case there's something there that.
Long-term plan, public-private partnerships and opportunities, long-term plan to allow the police department to contract out, acquire other towns as a benefit. Memorial Hall and Memorial Hall facilities. Charter amendments. Avoiding the logo question. Tree farm management. And forest management plans and implementation.
Here's a question: would the municipal complex one include the repurposing of any buildings that might be, that we might move out of, so to speak, in a 5-year, 5 to 8? That would include that.
Certainly could.
I mean, it's all kind of the same goal. If we move out of this up to there should be a plan to do something. That would be under the municipal.
I think so, but if anybody wants to be more specific, then as far as an item or where we should go or what's we're
I
doing,
just feel like I'm missing a list right.
there probably is.
Too bad, because I'm sure the public would tell us what we're missing.
And again, this is
This isn't
a
the
big
last
step,
chance.
but you'll see it again, and there's always the opportunity to add stuff. Don mentioned earlier, things are not always predictable, so I think part of what we're trying to do over the coming year is give you some quarterly updates on whatever list we decide, how we're making progress on that, and that's also opportunities to come in and say, hey, this new thing came up that we need to spend time on it, we need to deal with it, and we need to add it to the list. This is absolutely a living document. Policies, do we have anything on long-term goals about policies?
Yeah, I got one of my goals has a category that would be a policy change about assessing budgets. Well, I don't know if that's the right word, but assessing like a budget season for specifically, I'll give you my example. It's in the chart, but like Public Works, right? They're paving Old Stage Road in April because they have money left over from winter. So if you look at Public Works, their goals and what they say that they do all year, their seasons, everything ends in October, November. So if there was a way, I don't know if this is a policy change or how this is done, but if there was a way where you could make an amendment or something or a policy to say Public Works spending, their budget's approved separately or whatever in the grand total somehow, but they get to spend from October 1st until September 30th or November 1st until October 30th, but it's still approved in the general budget. It would take 6 months or 4 months to the benefits to it and things like that, because the in my opinion the loss is to the town, because if Public Works has a set schedule and we have a mild winter, they have room to do extra work, they can only get so much extra work done before June 1st or June 30th. So then at the end of the year, all that money is rolled back into the general fund. So if there's a way to change their...
Are you suggesting that we change our charter to for differential fiscal year?
If we had to.
So in the past, when that has happened, Public Works has come to us and asked us to assign the fund balance to them so that they can do the paving and not lose the money. They've always done that. That if they find they got a bunch of money left over, they say, please let us have it. We have this explicit thing that we had planned to do with it because it snowed in April, we weren't able to start paving until May, we didn't get it done. They've always done that, and we've always approved it. So I'm not sure.
So they get all of their funds every year.
No, not all of their funds over the year. If there's a major project that they've got that they funded and they're gonna lose that money, like you said, because the fiscal year ends,
Right.
they've always come and said, hey, you know, it's just like if a vehicle gets delivered late, it falls into the next fiscal year, you can't pay for it before you get it.
Right.
Departments come and ask for that.
But-
So it's addressed in a different way. And I think I don't know that you could have an independent fiscal year for a department.
That sounds like a bookkeeper.
Yeah.
I don't see how not, because you approve their budget at $165,000. Instead of June 30th to July 1st, they spend it October 30th to November 1st. It's still approved every year a certain amount. You'd only have to offset the first 4 months.
You're talking about the capital in the budget?
No, I'm talking about operating for public works. They're not getting their money every year, depending on what happens.
But it sounds like if there is money left over and they want to spend it,
If they
They-
can, yeah.
right, if there's something planned, they can come and ask
Right, 'cause
for it.
remember he had money left over and he wanted to put to the study of the pipe in Sand Hill?
Right.
He came to us and said, we'd like to use this money to do that.
Okay. Forget about it.
thing," Right? Does that work or not?
Yeah, just go on.
But yeah, they do lose money every year.
They lose
You
money
can't- you
every
don't-
single year, and that's why this
But
town's falling apart.
every department does.
And-
Every
and
department does.
Every department's not paving in April on Old Stage Road. When there could have been snow, which it wouldn't have
Right,
happened.
Right.
That project was not planned to be used on this last year in April.
Right.
They did it because there's so much extra money left in the budget and they don't want to lose it.
Yep.
It happens every single year and we do nothing about it.
But I think if you adjust the capital needs, that will take care of.
Capital short $50,000 coming into the 2025
I mean,
We're also like-
because we messed up our budget last year with
So
our
we're
huge
gonna-
financial issues.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I can jump into, all good points, good discussion. We might still get there tonight because it is on the work plan items. Is there a way to tie that into a long-term goal and maybe that's make sure that, paving, you know, roads are paved and maintained and in accordance with the paving conditions index, funded accordingly,
Yeah.
something like that.
Isn't there something up there that says finance issue, what does that say, financial? The second line.
Finance issues, revenue, budget presentation.
Row
policies,
five.
Up here.
capital fund balance.
What if we just didn't take the money from any year public work rolls over their budget, we reassign it to public works on top of the existing budget?
That's
So
a fund
updating
balance
our
decision.
fund balance policy.
That's a fund balance policy decision.
Okay, so updating the fund balance policy.
There you go.
Is that a long-term goal? But if it's-
Review policies annually to make sure that they are
But then it doesn't
adapted to
happen,
re-
right?
well,
I have
or-
I don't even know if I'm really having the value of my time being here tonight. Honestly.
I think you're bringing up great points.
Yeah, but they're getting rolled into continuous. There's so many standalone points in all of these different things we said tonight.
All of the details are on the next tab, which
That's
is
the
what we're
next
gonna
one
talk
I'm
about
gonna
next.
do.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry. Just a crunch.
New policy anyway, or?
Any other long-term goals? You want to take a break from this and start looking at the specific work items, and we can always revisit as we need to.
that's a pretty long list. That's a good list.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to go into the work items at this point. We were kind of already there.
So we had set up the agenda to review them and discuss them first, and then take any public comment, and then take a break, and then to start to assign priority levels. No public here, and up to you if you want to break or not. I don't know if it makes sense to stick with that, if you want to review everything first quickly, or if you just want to start going through and assigning priorities to these things, and then we can start to assign which goals they might fall under.
I think we kind of need to do some sub columns for Ethan's concerns that, so we make sure we have all of his.
Mine are up here.
Okay.
Oh, I know, but
Or if
all,
you wanna-
everything
if
I've
you wanna-
talked about, I only gave 5 things because I want to be realistic. So I didn't put 25 things on a piece of paper.
If
So
you
that
wanted,
all the things that I put were things that are highly important to myself. Whether they're highly important to you guys is up to you. And I'll tell you when they're mine. That way you know.
Okay.
Basically everything I've talked about tonight.
so we could go through and sort the way that it is right now with the categories that Marguerite and I had identified. If you want to take a 10-minute break, we can probably update those category items with your long-term goals and break it out that way. Preference?
That would be easier, they'd all be in one.
To do with the goals you just assigned?
Yeah. Help focus us.
Everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
You want to get another tea?
Is it break time?
Yeah, 10-minute break.
Yep.
All right.
Thanks, everyone, for your patience. We'll pull it up here. We sorted it by the long-term goals that you just created, and we'll start reviewing the specific work items and think about what priority level you might want to assign to them. And if you recognize your item and you want to speak to it, please do.
Yeah, the first one was mine. I think it's fairly clear. I don't think it's a heavy lift, but
Can I ask a favor? Could you, for those of us that can't see that, could you just read whatever you're talking about?
yeah, it's policy review annually, at least include them in the organizational packet for review potential updates.
Thank you.
And just a reminder, we can go longer, but we have about an hour and 5 minutes left and about, well, 62 items to get through.
No, I just couldn't see it. That
Oh,
was
yeah,
all.
yeah. No, sorry, that was not a critique to you. That was just a reminder for all of you that.
Well, I think based off our conversation from the last item about what I had suggested and it falling under that, I think that for many reasons would be a high priority thing that probably wouldn't need a lot of action every year.
Yeah.
As it arose, whatever issues would be high priority. I don't think we'd have to necessarily rewrite every single policy every year.
Right.
So this doesn't come for free. Somebody, if the request is that they get included in a packet every year, they're always available on the website. We can all look at them whenever we want. I'm not seeing this as an urgent thing, and I mean there are a lot of them.
Medium?
I would argue medium at best, yeah. But that's just me.
This is where even if you want to put your specific one, then you could put that and put that as a high.
Okay.
Because that could still be a part of that other goal, but specifically maybe you don't care about looking at all of them all this year as a high priority, but you specifically care about looking at the fund balance policy or
Okay.
what you were saying, because you'll see yours lowered,
Okay.
you know, or whatever with I forget where they're organized, but so if you're like, oh, I don't
Yeah, that
care about
that
all
makes
of
sense.
them, but I
So
actually
individual.
right
Yeah.
now is when you're gonna say like,
Okay.
I don't care as much about looking at all of them,
Yeah,
but out
no.
of all the policies, I want to look at fund balance
Right.
because it's whatever, you know, what you were talking about before. This is where you're gonna want to fight for its right to be high with your other constituents here.
Can you include?
That's right,
in-
exactly.
Can you note that in the work item so that we could pick one or two or potentially?
Well, we just add them.
Yeah, like I can add it to, if you all choose for that, then yes, I'm happy to, or whatever. We'll just, you know, down here at the bottom.
I think I saw it. I think it might have already been in there.
There is one about it, it's true.
Okay.
Some,
So for overall policies to review all of them annually,
I think it's important. I mean, like I have just to be general about it really quick, but I have two in mind still. One from last year that we never really got a chance to go back on, but it was about revenues for, I don't remember exactly what policy it was, but it was about like renting the space. It was the same price for residents as it was non-residents. So that one, you know, we were gonna bring it back at a different time, but the year became crazy. So I'd like to adjust those rates to increase revenue on non-residents or organizations or whatever. There was a bunch of different things, and then the only other one would be for me would be the fund balance. I don't think every single one of them I have in mind to go through and critique. You know, I mean, it's just those two.
yeah, and this came from, Kendall, you had mentioned putting the tax sale policy and others in
Yeah.
the packet just for general awareness. I'm fine if
Those two.
this overarching one is, I mean, not that it's my decision, but
Right.
to offer my opinion, I'm fine with this one being low as far as priority goes.
How
Yeah,
many
'cause really
policies
there's
is
just a
there
couple.
roughly? 20?
A book full?
I'm sorry, what?
How many policies roughly is there? Do you know? Oh,
I was just trying to find them here, but they're in there somewhere.
There's, I mean, there's
there's a big
probably
bucket somewhere.
10, 15, 20 that are sort of active, and there's, yeah, a whole book somewhere of policies that,
Are inactive policies.
yeah, they're probably still active, we just,
Well, there's the we have a policy that tells what employees are allowed to wear. We-
yeah, I think
there's
that's
the-
probably more.
when I started the select board, I got a binder this thick that had all of our policies in it.
Oh, wow.
And
I
some
don't
of them
think you
are,
want to attach that every year to,
Yeah, that's helpful information to have, because I wasn't aware.
whenever
that it
anybody
was that
joins,
extensive.
I hand it to they always borrow it from me and say, I'd like to share this with our new members. And then what gets done with it, I don't know. When it comes back to me, I have it still. It's this thick. Got my name on it.
Yeah, I never saw that.
Me neither.
yeah, that was in the transition period, and we didn't get to that, and it's been on my to-do list, but it's been a low priority on the to-do list to kind of create
Oh.
just a document for select board, which is basically, would be an electronic version of what Andy's talking about.
Yeah. So we would have access to.
Yeah, I would say the important policies, the ones that we use and look to pretty regularly, are on the website under the policies.
Okay.
There are more.
Yeah. So be careful what you ask for.
Duly noted. So policy should be codified to make sure significant delinquencies don't accrue. Was this specific to tax sale policy?
Yeah. And that can be included in the top one. We're gonna look at it again.
If anybody feels differently about,
Well, I was just gonna make a suggestion and shoot me down if not. But would it be appropriate if we eliminated some items that could be put into other categories, like tax sale policy revision,
Right.
and then we
Because that would be included in the one above where, like, I would flag that as one of them.
Because I don't want to look through 62 items
Yeah,
when this is published.
Yeah, that's fine.
That way they're still there if you need them.
capital planning for future needs.
I think that's going to be high.
Yeah.
Aye.
Capital plan should be directly based on needs, funding proposed each year matching those needs. In my opinion, we're doing it backward. See what we have available, then try to do some projects as funds allow. This hasn't worked. Short-term and long-term goal.
It's it's tied into capital planning for future needs, but it's definitely a high priority for short.
Could you
funds,
do
so,
capital planning and / funding for future needs?
yeah.
Does that work?
Shorten it and include it in the upper one. I mean,
Paving plans, gravel plans, based on a time frame that allows all the roads to get attention as needed. And be presented to the board each year for approval so the public knows, can see when they are due. Paving gravel plans.
I just mentioned that one because I get a lot of questions about when's the road going to be paved? What's the schedule for the paving? What's the schedule for the gravel? I mean, they just did gravel on all the roads, which was great, but some of the roads hadn't been gravelled for a long time. So it was just kind of like, I know some towns, they will just bring it to the board for approval so that you can look up a plan. And Greg provided that information in an email to me about the capital plan and all the stuff. But I wasn't sure if that could be put in a place where you could find it easily.
Yeah, I've talked to Aaron about this. Some of it can. It's tricky. I mean, the gravel roads are a lot of times they get out there as needed when they can. It's tough to predict a schedule. You know, it's going to be more in certain times of the year and less than other times of the year, but sometimes it's once a week, sometimes it's once a month, it just depends. The paving, they usually have a pretty good sense, 1 year at a time, what they're looking to pave and do, and it's based on the paving condition index. Once you start to get out beyond that, it gets trickier because a lot of it depends on how much money's in the budget, how bad was the winter, and how much money's left over, what grants do we get. Sometimes they'll, the paving condition index, just for anybody listening, or it kind of ranks all of our roads, and it gets updated every 2 or 3 years, I think. And it identifies the roads that are in worse shape and need more attention. Sometimes there's a road that's not in terrible shape, but it's near a road that is in terrible shape, and so they'll pave it before it gets worse, because it's a better way to maximize the money and the funding that we have is to, do a section here versus one here and one here and one here and 1 year. So yeah, so I that's a long way of saying that Aaron and I have talked about this, and we think we can probably do, here's the paving schedule for this year. But once you start saying this is the paving schedule 5 years from now, or even 2 or 3 years from now, it gets trickier.
Okay. So a 1 year one is I think it's just a good goal. I know that you presented it to the board, or the Public Works did, through the budget process. I don't know, is that on the website where you could see that?
I'll have to check with Aaron.
So can that be a low priority then?
Yeah.
And that could fall under the transparency category too.
Capital specifically Public Works.
Yeah, this is mine. I was gonna wrap it in with the vehicle replacement for Public Works.
Do we want
Okay.
to expand on the work item that's there just to make it clearer?
Expand on the.
Like instead of just saying capital
Oh
specifically
well,
Public Works.
we're negative $50,000 effective
Right,
July 1st. So
right. I'm just saying instead of having capital specifically Public Works.
yeah, I would just say
as the
Public
work
Works
item.
capital slash capital Public Works capital.
Vehicle, is that specific to that?
I mean, I think all vehicle equipment, because that's what their capital really funds. Building, anything with the building is under buildings and maintenance, capital. This is gonna be, we're gonna be faced with this when we start budget season anyway, so.
And what about it? To track it, to fund it, to...
Well, we need to fund it, but we need to figure out why we're negative 50,000 and we're pushing vehicles off already for this year. Because I mean, I know why, it's what happened last year, but it's more of an issue of how did we get here? We know, okay, we basically know how we got here, but how can we resolve the issue? And I really wasn't joking, but the only way to solve the issue that we're in right now is to replace every piece of equipment in the next 8 years. They don't have to solve that tonight, but there's a major lack in funding and replacement of vehicles, which is costing us money year after year after year. We could buy a small piece of equipment every year by replacing one piece of equipment, just in maintenance fees.
So maybe just add to that 8-year plan. Public Works.
Well, this needs
capital vehicle
attention.
equipment.
This needs attention this year.
Right, but
Or
it
we're
will
gonna be-
create an 8-year plan this year or something.
Yeah, I
What do you
mean,
mean?
vehicle replacement schedule. I don't know how we're gonna figure out the funding. That's gonna be more in the capital budget talk, but I mean, maybe we don't wait another year to find out that the appraisal isn't gonna raise the capital more than a couple $100,000. But we saw it when we did capital last year after the discrepancy in what we thought we had for capital. We went from being okay to not buying anything this year. In the year that we're planning for. If that makes any sense.
So what's our priority level on?
I think it's high, but that's for everybody to agree or disagree.
I'd say high. Important.
It's a subset of the overall capital one, which is also high. So.
You won't hear any disagreement.
Great.
And then this was mine because I put them in two separate ones, but I would say overall, you know, departmentally throughout the different departments. Yeah, the rest of the departments aren't. No, that doesn't make you change that. Sorry, but I would just say this would to me it would be, I would keep it as medium because it includes the other one, but the other departments are in a lot better shape than. I mean, not really though, because you look at the trucks that we have in Parks and Rec, the same story. But
Fire's got it too.
fire trucks, you know, and I mean that could be high too, but it's. I think yeah, I would do higher medium. Okay, we're just not renting fire trucks though to go to the fire calls. You know?
Hope not.
Not yet.
Are folks good with medium on that one?
Sure.
And rec feels to me we're still rebuilding after co-location. This becomes clear with a 5-year plan, Saxon Hill plan. Would there be fees, ownership of school property?
I put this one in. This one covers a lot of ground, I guess. I think we already have intent to have long-term planning in all departments. So this doesn't need to be a separate item for that. The Saxon Hill question, there's a lot of people asking about fees. I think that comes under when we talk about revenue, other revenues. So I think this is, I think it's covered by that. And then the question of the school district articles of agreement say that if they decide that properties are no longer necessary for their educational mission, that they will sell them to the town that they are located in for $1. So I guess the question I'm asking here is, you know, do we want to? One of the issues with turning Saxon Hill into a park is we don't own it. If we want to charge fees, do we have to own it? That's a question, but that maybe that just falls into sorting out if we want to do fees, how we do it. So I'm fine with just removing this one because I think it's covered by other places.
Are you okay with that?
I think it's important as long as it's noted under the someplace else so we remember it. Did you asked about recreation fees?
Yeah,
right?
well, I feel the same way about the rebuilding part of the Parks and Rec, and as somebody who gives half of my mortgage to EJRP every year, I wish I was giving it to the town instead, but I agree. I don't have the answers. I'm not the person, but I feel like the town has a lot of opportunities to grow as a whole in the Parks and Rec.
Yeah, so I think this recreational needs assessment here potentially could be a high one, yeah. And that could address some of those questions.
Good.
Tree farm management, I put that one in because it just kind of seems like a near-term thing that we need to do in case things go awry. So I think that needs to be high.
Say the fourth.
Yeah, I don't know who put that one in, but that one's really good.
This one or this one?
I would say the forest management.
Oh, okay.
We've heard
Yeah.
about that so many
Yeah, I
different
put that in
times.
because
and-
it keeps coming up, yeah.
And I've looked at the plans that were given to me that exist for the town now, and they need to be updated and implemented.
I put that.
Hi, so-
Sounds like-
Oops.
So is that something that a trails coordinator would drive, or is that a different, not considered? Maybe that's a question for another time.
Yeah, I think it's a question for another time.
Yeah.
If,
yeah,
I
let's go with it.
go through now, assign your priorities to it. I think part of this discussion that's gonna continue is what do we have the capacity for?
Right, right.
We have to onboard a new trails coordinator, that might be part of it. We have
Yeah.
a rec department that is severely short-staffed at the moment.
Ethan Tapper just left.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That hurts a lot too then.
Yeah.
Oh, wow,
Yeah.
wow.
So that,
So
it can
making
be a high
this-
priority,
making
that
this
might
one-
be really hard.
Well, he's
Make
not
this
in-
one high
he's-
might be
he's
hard.
just started his own business.
Yeah, he's gonna be his own,
He's his own boss.
he's gonna be his own boss. so.
He's still got
For money.
Right.
Now he costs.
So from a standpoint of bandwidth to actually do this, I don't know that high is appropriate.
That's,
but
that's why I say just
You can.
assign right now what
yeah.
you think is appropriate,
Yeah.
and then we can continue to discuss based on.
Yeah.
capacity.
Yeah, I would say it's more important that we find, and maybe it's already been found, but I know the last I had heard about this, there was still no plan presented from Saxon Hill. So I don't know if that's been resolved, but I just know that was in my head. I know I've seen the
Their
Indian, I've seen the
draft one,
Indian
yeah.
Brook one. The Indian
Saxon
Brook
Hill
one
has
was
a draft one that has never been adopted.
okay.
Never come to the select board.
Correct.
I didn't know that. That's why I just threw that one part out there because that's the only one that I know of that's missing per se. Indian Brook one's just outdated.
Matthewtown Forest does not have one.
Matthewtown doesn't either.
That was a project that we were hoping someday that Ethan might do. But
Yeah.
Sounds like
Yeah.
So I think the
Used to be
next
free, though.
two are the kind of the same. Parks and Rec, a true enterprise fund. And what I meant by that was, I think the national average is only 25% of Parks and Rec funding comes from taxes. But to be, true enterprise fund, be more aligned with what the national average is for, as opposed to program fees, right? And Indian Brook is the next one on that speaks to the same sort of concept. I also think that with turnover and short staffing, that this may not be an immediate goal. So potentially, these next two would be lower priority than they would be if we were fully staffed.
You really don't have any choice.
Does that change the priority, or just would that be with Greg coming to us and saying, "We understand this is a high priority, but are we still gonna just kick them down after?"
I
How
think right
how
now,
would that process work?
put in what you would like it to be for our priority, then we can go back and reassess and come back to you and say,
This or this?
And
That
also,
I'd say that maybe both of them would be medium.
Yeah, I was just thinking, for us to say where we value it at, and then, obviously we're not gonna get everything,
Yep.
but and then Greg can say, well, we have availability to do this big project or these three
Yep.
small ones or whatever they
Yep.
can come up with.
and these could change, right? Too. I mean, if there's a change in a thing, put all this.
I don't remember if this was one of mine or not.
I think it was.
Oh, it was. It's right there. So yeah, I kind of spoke to this before about, reporting out from Housing Commission, whether it be a housing trust fund, inclusionary zoning, like whatever their recommendations are based on their research and work.
I kind of think we need to get a more active housing first tree. Sorry, but am I wrong? Are they, last I knew, they were still looking direction.
I think they've got about 2.5 people right now.
Yeah, they didn't have any.
Although, did we just appoint somebody?
Maybe
I
one
think
of
we
the
appointed recently. but-
affordable housing initiatives would be fully staffing the committee.
There you go.
I think that was the only one we did appoint. We
They
didn't
were
appoint.
short-staffed, that's right, you did.
Yeah, we didn't
right, you
appoint
appointed
anybody
two.
else, but we
Right,
did
right,
appoint
yeah.
Housing Commission.
Yep.
There should be 3 from the town now.
No, there should be 5 or 4.
Oh, 4. So 3.5 then?
Well, they're all, I mean, they're,
So 2.5
the
before.
commission split, whatever it was, a year or two ago.
Oh, one
so
was
there's just
serving
it's
on
completely
both.
a town housing commission now.
Right.
But they were down to 2.5 people, 3, but somebody was
Yeah.
dealing with some stuff. So I think they're fully staffed right now, fully boarded. Call it.
Okay.
There's 5 people there, but they need to get up and running and get back into it.
Certainly is a button issue. We could do medium.
Everybody okay with medium?
I'm gonna be low.
Yeah.
I would
Is
put it
that-
on the list if it was a low priority.
Yeah. Farmers market, including parks and rec.
I'd add community gardens to that.
I gotta start somewhere, and I've been told for years that the reason we don't have farmers markets because the select board never made it a priority. So I'm seeing if anybody wants to help me make this a priority.
Well, like I said, add community gardens to that, and I'll help you make it a priority.
I don't know why I put including Parks and Rec. I think I meant like Parks and Rec to. I meant to say like have Parks and Rec run that. That way it's not
Okay.
like it just having a farmers market in Essex where it's volunteer or whatever.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But even if you you know did something for 6 weeks out of the year.
Everybody I've ever talked to about farmers markets says they're really a lot of work.
Yes, they are.
But every town around us has one.
Are they run by the town or are they run by volunteers?
Milton's run by the town. Actually, it might be run by the school district, but Jericho's run by the town. I don't know if any others directly in my mind. I know Burlington has like a committee. They have like their own nonprofit for farmers markets, but it's in our town plan. It's one of the biggest words in the town plan. Word bog is farmers market. And I didn't even vote in that poll.
You weren't there typing it in over and over and over.
Over and over again until I got booted off the server.
Parker.
So there was a farmer's market in the junction and it failed, and so how do we gauge interest in it?
It didn't fail.
Yes, it did.
The person that was running it just stopped doing it. She got sick of doing all the work herself.
Yeah.
Because there was no support from either community. 'Cause I talked to her about it. Because a couple of years ago, everybody told me if you want a farmer's market, start one yourself. And then I looked it all. I talked to her and I
Well, can
looked
we
into
just
it.
move-
And
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's make this medium. And
Yeah,
can we
medium.
Put
at least investigate
more
it.
community events under that too, and because that's
No, that's coming. That's
Alright,
totally separate.
that's different. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, Ethan.
Those are two totally separate things. For community events, to me, like, I think, and I understand that there's a lot that Parks and Rec does, but if you look at attendance to these events, and you compare them to Explore Essex when it's pouring rain, how many people showed up?
So
And
for community events, do you mean ones that ComDev puts on, specifically that Parks and Rec puts on, or
in
just
general,
in
have
general?
a parade.
The
Have a-
library does events also.
Have a yeah, like the library does the plant sale and all the other. What's the other one? The
They had 100 and some people show up for
Right.
the sled dogs.
sled dogs.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
there. It was awesome.
But
So
you know,
to-
there's you know this could be, you know, the community events could be, you know, a wide range of things. One that strikes in my head for revenue opportunities, non-tax revenue opportunities, is like, you know, I'm not saying have a fireworks show and a 4th of July parade, but every year in Milton they have that parade and the fireworks show, and the fire department puts on a chicken fry. You know, they grill up a bunch of chicken and stuff, and they actually get all the chicken donated, and all the money from the barbecue goes directly to the fire department, and they buy new uniforms and masks and things like that. So there's so many things to do as a community that, you know, I know everybody says Memorial Day parade, but that's not our thing. I got an email because I didn't sign up to some camping, but I was like, hey, at least they're looking for people because they want to keep it big. But you know, it could be a wide range of things. You know, like the fire on ice there. Holy great idea, but it's been completely impossible the past 4 years because it freezes up, and then the week before the event it rains 4 inches. You know, but I don't know. I just feel like I'd like to really have an event in Essex that's more than. I love the Explore Essex. It's amazing. Last year was crazy, you know, and I can't wait till it doesn't rain on that day too. And we see how many people show up there. But I think it's really good to build connections with your neighbors and everybody. So that's why I put it on there, because I don't know what the answer is, what event to throw on. I just feel like we need more.
I'd put a medium there.
I'm good with medium. Yep. State zoning, subdivision regulations, town plan, action 4.4.
So I put that one in there, but now after thinking about it, it's a planning commission thing, right?
I think they're working on it right now.
Wanna
So I'm fine with taking it out.
rescind your item?
Sure, take it out. Hide it.
Update stormwater ordinance.
Put this one in too. It's in our town plan to do it.
So we should
Is
probably
there,
do it.
If there, yeah. And so maybe it doesn't need to be a select board priority because it's something that's already, I don't know. I don't know if there's other things that are required, that are, I don't know what advantage we get from updating it. I read somewhere,
Great.
stormwater ordinance must be updated, and so
I mean, I would probably characterize this one of, unless you have a really compelling reason to do this year, it should be a staff-driven.
Yep.
When
yep, I'm
the
fine with that.
stormwater expert says it's time to update it, and here's how we should update it, that's what,
I'm fine. Okay, I'm fine with that.
but I could be, yeah.
Yeah. Next one I put in too, public works specification. We can do the same thing there if you want, unless others have thoughts.
Yeah, when we did the town meeting explore thing, not the explore, but the town meeting
Oh,
at
you
the
visited
school,
all the sites?
the open sites, yeah. Annie was actually telling me she's doing like some crazy work right now with the whole entire stormwater.
Yeah.
And, like that's the only reason I knew about the box culverts for our road, because she's like revamped the whole thing where we're gonna be able to get grants now, and so maybe she has some stuff she's gonna tell us to change eventually. I just wanted to tell you that I was very impressed with the conversation we had, and I learned a lot about stormwater.
Yeah. So yeah, is the same true as the public works specifications?
Yeah, yeah, I'm fine with cleaning it out. Part of putting it in is to show the public that we're thinking about it, right?
Yeah.
But as long as it's in the work plan, I think it doesn't need to be a select board priority.
Connectivity.
That includes sidewalks, I would say aye.
I would have said if that includes.
If there
Sorry.
is
I
sidewalks.
was like, I don't know what.
Oh, that was one of mine. Yeah, I mean, self-explanatory, just
I think-
connectivity, multimodal.
Yeah, I think it's important. Somebody told me the other day that you can't cross Route 15 until you come all the way up to CVS. But you either cross at Price Chopper or CVS.
It's a state highway, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
They limit the number of crossings you can have.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. And they strongly prefer them to be controlled with a
That's
Had
probably,
a- only
that's
had a tra-
probably why
only had a
it
traffic
was the
light.
only 2 traffic lights.
So is a select board item connectivity, under, I would put this as medium.
Yeah.
Same nods. Add sections of sidewalk each year and or develop a plan to at least do one sidewalks, side/road, combination of staff and contracting each year until we reach that goal.
I had a question about this one. Is this adding new sidewalks or adding sections that we plow or something?
Mostly plowing, maintaining. That's mostly for the maintenance in the winter. This winter was a good winter for it. We didn't get a whole lot of snow.
I don't know why we have to take over people plowing. A hard enough time staffing our trucks. I just, I mean, I can see if it's well used, but.
Well,
some of these-
that has to do with the town rules, is that they build these things to all the town specs, and then the town takes them over. And once the town takes them over, you're supposed to maintain them. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way if you change the specs.
And
Plowing them
The-
damages them rather than
yeah, but the biggest problem with the sidewalks, and especially with the plowing, is I'm not gonna say the biggest. I'm not gonna put all the blame on somebody else, but the bus service does not go to everybody's house anymore. Bus service has changed. I never got to see it before because my kid's only been in school for 3 years, but they're like, if you have a neighborhood with 10 kids and the bus goes this way, all 10 kids are expected to be at the corner, not picked up at their driveway anymore.
It's
that
always
was-
been that way, Ethan.
Well, I grew up in Milton, so I don't know, but my bus just gets canceled. We don't have to bring them to the end of the road, so. But that was the,
stopping at every driveway.
yeah, but that was, right, but this is a quarter mile, it's not just a cul-de-sac. But that was what was presented to us when we amended the snow clearing policy this year for the sidewalks. We added in 2 neighborhoods because of that. I just wanted to put that out there.
I mean, it's just
Something to look at.
It's really hard to convince everybody that you're a connected community with everything if you don't have a walking community in the worst time of the year. You go down Ellen Martin Drive in the winter, even with a little bit of snow, there's old couples, young couples with kids walking in the main road because that sidewalk is not maintained. And you've got big crosswalks that go to the sidewalk. I think it's a high priority. You're talking $100,000 to contract out to do at least one side of every road. We should be able to figure that in, or we should change the specs of the policies to have the residents maintain their sections, or not the town not take them over and make the contractors responsible. My 2 cents.
So is this item really to identify an option out of those two, whether it's updating if the town takes it over or not, or is it to,
I mean, a combination of any of those, because
Okay.
that's a consistent thing. We have folks coming to maintain the sidewalks and people commenting on that, so it should be a goal of the board to address it.
who do we think the priority is on this one?
I mean, you could even put it on low as long as it's in there so that people know that at least it's on the radar.
Yeah, I think any immediate problems are probably gonna end up coming to us like they did last year,
Yeah.
and we were able to solve it.
Are you okay with low? Okay. Trails and connectivity.
But there's more sidewalk coming up here. What happened?
Trails and connectivity, we already went over connectivity, didn't we?
Yep. There's just
Yeah.
multiple people put in similar items. So.
Okay.
Do
So do
you want me to hide this one?
we have trails up above for or was that trails? No, that was the forest management plan.
Mhm.
What about the mapping thing. Is that anybody's priority this year?
Oh, like wayfinding. you mean?
Yeah. Or is that kind of off the radar for this year?
I'm not
Our-
sure.
Our priority is to get somebody hired.
Well,
And then no,
I get
in all
it.
seriousness. And then,
but
but then we have to get that person set up, and then we can start to talk about
what
what
they
they're
can
gonna do. I think if you have, this is the chance for what's your priority, and that'll perhaps inform those things.
I would, I didn't put this in there, I don't know who did, but I would take connectivity out of here and put, trails mapping and put it as a low priority.
The other,
Or whatever better words, or take it out completely, I mean, I just know that that's been, I've only been on here for a couple years, and I think I've heard that conversation about 25 times. How come Essex doesn't have maps for their trails?
the other option, and go back to your values, which I don't have memorized yet, in your long-term goals of improving the trail system. We can work towards, that this is pretty open-ended, trails and connectivity. I guess you all specifically want a certain thing done, or do you want staff to come back and say, here's what we're doing around trails this year?
So just put trails in there then? Like three items up above was connectivity.
Yeah, so what is this redundant to that? I don't remember what words we put in the one up
It
above.
was just connectivity.
It was
Yeah,
just
it's just
connectivity.
It just says
but it,
connectivity.
I mean, the intent was multimodal, it would include trails, it would include roads, it would
Okay,
include
that's fine.
paths.
Maybe put multimodal connectivity.
Although,
Yeah,
that's
it's
not-
over in the
What
long-term
long-term
goals.
goal is.
Oh.
Sign the side panel.
So should I hide this one or?
Yeah.
That's the same.
Unfinished and unpaid sidewalks. Is this included in the one above?
I mean, it's different technically.
How do we
but
ensure
yes,
all new
it is.
sidewalks must be maintained by the developer in each town? Only approve HOAs.
No,
What?
but seriously,
should
that's,
I hide
that's the way to
this
do it.
Is it okay if we?
That's
include
not
this?
mine, yeah.
Not mine either.
Nope.
I don't know who wrote that. I didn't read it.
Crosswalk for Route 15 from Bike Path Ice Cream Place across Route 15.
That was just another one of those calls that I've gotten like 8 different. phone
Hey, you
calls.
got that too? Literally the other
But
day.
it is.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna get. I mean, because
She's
people
riding in.
do. They come up 15 and they get to the bike path. They've got a cross right there,
Yeah,
and that and the traffic that goes into that freaking ice cream place, sorry,
yeah.
is unbelievable. And it's something bad is gonna happen.
So that
And
daycare.
I get it. It's a state highway, but
So,
I really need to have somebody look in to see if they would just put a painted crosswalk there or something.
to Saybrook.
The Saybrook and the bike path is right there. So.
Yeah, I know, but where would the crossing be? Because the bike path goes up to the stoplight.
Well, if you got to the ice cream shop, we have a crosswalk.
To Saybrook.
Saybrook to the book. Saybrook Road to the bike path.
What's our priority on this?
I'd say low, but I'd leave it on there because I have heard the same thing.
It may be as simple as sending a letter, a request to.
But I'm really curious. I gotta look at a map because I'm really curious about the whole design up there. Where that bike path even goes.
It goes all the way down to the price chopper on that side of the road. That's where my wife and I ride that bike path all the time. We go cross it, price chopper, right on the bike path. It's that wide.
Yeah, but if
Paved
you're
section
if you're going to Hannaford's, would you use it?
I don't ride my bike to Hannaford's.
Mm.
But yeah, actually I do. Occasionally, we'll go over there to go to Uncommon Coffee, so same thing.
So it
But
comes back around by the.
and it comes
circ-
back around, goes around behind the police station, behind the post office, and then there's crosswalks there to get over
Okay,
into
that makes sense then. That was
the
the,
Essex
that was
experience. Yeah.
the story I had heard was trying to get to Hannaford's. I'm like, I don't even know where the bike path.
Yeah,
goes.
no, it goes right behind the post office, and then you can cross
Okay, sorry for that.
right up there.
I know
yeah.
we're
So
Yeah,
it,
it's just
yeah,
Slowing
one
everybody
is the
down.
It's
completion
but if
of
you're
it.
coming from Heritage Estates or Chelsea,
The next one is mine
Yeah.
too.
then then you got to cross that Essex Way. There's a light there too.
in a
so,
time
yeah.
check, we are at 8:38. Completion of road starting by Boves in the Essex experience. What is happening? Is there completion expectations?
Right. Because what's happening is because it didn't get finished, that Commonwealth Road that we now have, right? Commonwealth, the one by
Part of it.
Jewels. Okay, that got turned over to us to maintain. It's falling apart. It's just they're patching it constantly over there because there's no. I think because Bowes Road didn't get finished, and I just
Double
think
the
we need to-
traffic.
That's
I
it.
can, at this point, it's an answer, and to answer the questions there, nothing, yes, for different reasons.
Okay, I just okay, that's it. Let it go then. As long as somebody's taking care of it, I just because that was another question.
Nothing, yes, okay, I get the answer now.
Onboard Trails Coordinator. This is
Yeah,
identified in the
something you're gonna
town
do. It
plan.
doesn't need to be on a specific, it's something we've already approved in the budget, and
I think it's
Onboarding will
mandatory.
happen as usual.
Greg's gonna go do.
Yeah, truck traffic study, truck traffic on Sand Hill, update on traffic lights, oh, never mind. Truck traffic.
What's the date the studies due out?
Sorry?
What's the completion date for the traffic?
I think, well, the Sand Hill one or something else? Sand Hill, I think,
Well, that's basically where the truck traffic planning's been, right?
Well, 15, but that's.
Well, there's also all of Route 15, right? There's a question of, right, is it just the Sand Hill or is it a general? Because I've asked the Regional Planning Commission to do a county-wide truck traffic study, because they did one in 1992. It's been forever ago.
I just want to
Yeah.
get the traffic on Sand Hill issue.
yeah, Sand Hill, we've gotten approved for the WP work plan from the Regional Planning Commission. Should start hopefully sometime this summer. It's probably gonna take about a year to wrap up, and then there's implementation if there's any viable solutions.
Isn't there a plan that either with the planning commission now or about building a lot on the lower side and starting the road? I'd heard that. That's
Yep,
the start of
there's a lot of
solution.
complications.
Well, I heard that also, but I heard that was
Yes,
there were steps being taken
There is an
to start the
application
road.
in, it's at the very
beginning.
early level sketch plan at this point, and there's a lot of complications to getting that road to go. Financial and otherwise.
So the truck traffic,
Yes.
I just heard the other day that something was started there, and I was curious. I didn't hear anything about it other than that person.
so truck traffic, understanding there's a study going on, we don't know whether anything actionable will be coming to us from that. What's our priority?
You're here, you might as well wait till next year to.
Right.
Well, the study can do anything about
So doing the study, do we want to,
I think take 28 out and make 29 low.
Can the town override a 250 permit in general? No, so there's nothing we can act upon.
No, we have an opportunity sometimes when they're reviewing projects and issuing permits to weigh in. We've done that on occasion. But no, once a permit's issued, that's not 250 issue.
And if they're okay, then we can't say they can't go down that road. I'm just thinking they might not even want this on here anymore.
Yeah, I just don't want to give a definitive answer because it's probably more complicated than just a yes or no.
Okay. Alright, that's fine.
There's a
Depends.
process for requesting
Okay.
a no through truck
it involves the
situation, involves the
Secretary of
Secretary of
AOT.
Agency of Transportation, and you can't be diverting traffic to somebody else.
Okay.
That will then complain about it. Or you can't divert it toward your downtown,
Update on traffic light schedule
which if we make
from
that
V-Trans for Route 15 corridor.
city center becomes
Goes
downtown.
with your connectivity. But that they are taking out
What was the traffic light schedule? Whose is that?
mine.
Or where?
Route 15 from Jericho down. They've put it off and put it off, and they're supposed to be
Traffic
putting a
light
light at
schedule.
the Sand Hill Route 15. I forgot somewhere else along. It was.
Yeah, this is being coordinated by the Regional Planning
But
Commission.
I know that, but it
Yeah.
also goes on to connectivity because of traffic flow. whatever, or take it out, I don't care.
Sandhill River.
The action item there would be to ask the rep to the
Already done
PC to make sure that they understand
What about Elm
Right.
Martin?
the, yeah. Uh-huh.
Can you make sure that,
They're all gonna.
Doing my best.
Time-wise. Was the plan
So.
myself.
yeah,
You want to, Don, what's your thought? Take it off or you want to?
Take it off, I don't care, just go, continue. Go.
Make it low. Go ahead and make it low.
Yeah.
And
yeah, go ahead and leave it and just,
we'll ask our rep to do something about it.
There we
bring,
go. That's what I was just gonna tell her.
bring in youth, younger voices. This was one of
I'm
mine.
the rep.
I
I
know.
actually met with the scouts last week, and some of the older scouts were asking questions about how they could get involved and, you know, participate. So I don't think this is a high effort or high priority issue.
We can leave it on as
Fine
low.
with it being low.
Hopefully you told them join a committee.
I did, and I had Tammy send an email. Well, I didn't have Tammy send an email, but she responded to that email with the pack leader. I don't know what they're called.
So, I don't know what other towns do it, but I had just heard this from my old boss, a good friend of mine. But Fairfax has I don't know if they're just, I don't know what the position is, but they're appointing youth.
The school board has two.
Yeah, I forget what
reps on
what
it.
the name is, but I don't know of any other select boards that are doing it. But I just wanted to. I saw that earlier and said, "Oh, that's a good idea."
Yep.
But I don't know how that looks or works.
Increasing non-property tax revenue, fees per new charter, impact fees, EP. I think this was one of mine. But yeah, just increasing non-property tax revenue. We have a new charter that allows us to charge fees, so on and so forth.
It's very important.
Yeah, I'd say high.
Yeah, high, medium.
Yeah, high.
I think it's high based on what happened with the school this year.
Yeah, but you're going to make things cost more. People may complain about, but I guess this is an investigation, not necessarily. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
it specifically says increase. Doesn't say investigate increasing.
We know our impact fees are low. We know the.
Well, and understanding that the community approved a charter that voted individually on the ability to charge
Yeah,
fees.
Yeah, okay.
So acting on that.
Like the rental of the town hall. You know,
You know, everything.
Could be.
any
Yeah.
fees.
Anything and everything.
High, I'm hearing.
Fine with medium if people feel it should be high.
I'd say
Medium.
Medium's fine.
medium.
Final answer. Leverage grant funding based on town center designation, TIF district, investigation, etc. This was another one of mine.
Aye.
I think it's high.
What's a TIF?
Tax incremental financing district. It's basically a financing mechanism. Like we would go for a bond and then development would essentially pay back for those costs.
You borrow future tax dollars.
Yeah, basically.
Congressional path, yeah, all kinds of stuff. So
But it's a potential funding mechanism for
Yeah, I just didn't know.
the municipal complex. Implement new fees on amendments to town charter. Should we take that one off?
If it's redundant.
Mentioned above.
Yeah, and the next one.
Yep, new revenue options. Public safety with library pilot of Narcan, consider more availability at other locations. This was another one of mine, I believe.
I believe that is
Yep.
high in the way things are now.
Well, I guess it says consider, so, okay.
Yeah. I just don't know about the other locations.
They've given away 11 of them.
Huh?
That says it.
Town locations.
Town.
Because we have them at the library and Greg's explored. Don't only put words in your mouth, but you've explored options and it doesn't have a good fit in other places.
We had looked into it, the safety committee, looked into it. They recommended that we not become distribution centers. They recommended that we, make it available, make training available to staff who volunteer to become Narcan administrators. The library went ahead and decided they were gonna do the pilot program, or that they wanted to distribute it, so we worked with them to do a pilot program. Thus far, it's in the middle of the pilot program, has not resulted in any of the concerns or questions that the safety committee had. So it might change how we look at it from a safety standpoint. It doesn't answer the question about where do we get the Narcan, what do we do when funding runs out for Narcan, how do we pay for it? Even just doing the staff training piece, we haven't rolled that out yet because we haven't been able to get Narcan from the state. I don't know if the library, they're continuing to get more Narcan for their distribution. But that's one of the concerns of, right now there's a lot of state funding for this. Don't know how long that's gonna last. That funding runs out, what do we wanna do going forward if people get used to being able to access Narcan at certain places?
This is also consider, it's not a,
Right.
we will.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, priority wise, we've already been working on it, so it's just continue. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, it's
I hate to say
basically
it's a low priority,
after the pilot,
but I
reconsider.
think we've done
what we do.
most of everything we can at this point. But I don't want to call it a low priority, 'cause I don't want to be the bad guy, but I feel like.
Call it low.
Oh, okay. I'm second. Because I feel like we've done everything that we can at this point. And I don't know, we don't have anything new that we're going to
I'm
be able
sorry,
to do.
but I think you're wrong here.
But
We need to do more public outreach.
I think the next one where it says determine what to do with opioid settlement funds.
Well,
is
put them
the
all
one that should be
together
done.
then, I mean, cause it's gotta,
Yeah, combine the two. And then you
You know
could
what?
call it a medium and be good.
Go ahead and remove number 36 and let 38 stand, because I think that's more indicative of, it's more overarching.
Right.
Determine uses for opioid settlement funds, yeah, public outreach on the drug and overdose issues.
what's the police department? Are they is that something they're doing, or is that something we're going to ask them to do?
something I'd like to see all three of us do together, the town, PD, and the school district. I mean, as a parent, do you know what fentanyl looks like? Would you know if your kid brought home fentanyl?
No.
I got a fentanyl test strip in my.
Well, I'm just saying, do you know how to
Right.
administer Narcan? This information needs to get out to the public. And somehow, somebody's got to step up and do it, whether it's a town, PD, school district, it's just got to, or just a joint
It should be all of us.
issue, right, and I think it should be a team effort, but
I would like to give this one a high.
But this also item includes an Narcan dispenser,
Right. That's my point.
I don't know if I do that.
which long term I don't know that you can afford.
I mean, I'm all
So-
about the whole not being able to identify Narcan.
Maybe just
Not knowing how to
maybe
dispense it,
just
but
take
there's a
out the dispenser.
far
Yeah, I
deeper
was
root
gonna
to the
say that
problem that evolves
Potentially
over
including-
years.
Yeah, either
that
that
leads
or
up
just
to it.
public outreach on drug and overdose issues. We're already talking about costing out and investigating a Narcan dispenser, so that's already happening. And these are FY25 work items.
I consider Narcan dispenser. I
That's
want
fine.
to make sure I have
Well, it's not my item.
Don's
actually,
approval,
so
except
whatever, guys, go ahead, do your thing.
that was my intent with the one above that I was trying to include in this one. But consider.
So I'm happy with high if we take out the Narcan dispenser.
And we were talking about the Narcan dispenser as a potential use for the opioid settlement fund, so it's already included above.
With, yeah. With the understanding that if the funding runs out, there's gonna have to be a way to find the money to pay for it.
Yep, and that's part of determined uses. And an ongoing plan for continuing those once those settlement funds run out.
Yep, perfect.
Further refinements to tax sale policy.
And that can be, that's already included in the very top, of looking at 1 or 2 policies a year.
Okay. Municipal complex, huge opportunity for community engagement. This was one of mine. I think municipal complex is kind of determined that as a high.
The high.
80-90 Upper Main Street. Plan and funding options.
High.
Or should it be combined with the one above? Or is the one above more about community engagement?
It's just about, it kind of was meant to be all encompassing.
We can put high in
Or
if
did
we
we already
see it
do?
to be a thing.
State designations.
What is
This
that?
is probably really, it wasn't mine, but I believe it's probably related to.
I put that in there, right, is to get the new property into a state designation, so you're eligible for grants or loans that, lower cost loans.
I might be wrong, but didn't we just hit designations like 6 ago? I thought I saw something about designations, maybe not.
You just passed it.
I think it was public works specifications.
That was leverage grant funding.
Town center
Oh,
There it is.
designation.
Yeah. Town center
Yep,
designation.
there it
there
is.
we
All
go.
right,
Okay.
take it out then. Redundant.
Complete design and public comment on new municipal center.
High.
Or is it redundant? We've already done it.
Yeah, I think it's redundant. Public-private partnerships and opportunities.
That's part of the 80-90 Upper Main Street plan, so.
Is that, because I had a
It-
question with that one of what exactly was
It's-
meant by it.
Yeah, it's not, thinking about the municipal complex, but it's not specific only to the municipal complex. It could be, partnering with the double E. It could be partnering with any other private entity for the public good.
Yeah. Essex Rescue.
Yeah.
And stuff like
But
that.
not becoming a realtor, right?
No. It would be,
Not becoming a realtor?
Yeah, like not trying to play realtor up here at 80 and 90 Upper Main Street.
I wouldn't
Being a developer
put it
and
that
trying to
way, but
sell-
there is
You mean-
opportunity for public-private partnerships within that project.
You mean
Yeah,
realtor
there's
or
been-
landlord?
Okay.
You mean realtor or landlord?
Either or, I've just heard that's everybody's biggest fear. Has talked to me about what's going on up there, so I'm gonna say that's not a good idea, but consensus.
This is specific, like, more town.
Well, I mean, doing an event with the double E is a little different than developing and selling lots to Starbucks. Or renting a lot to Starbucks.
yeah, I don't think we should rent a lot, but I certainly think. the
And that's a
town could-
public-private partnership.
Then you can't rent it to any restaurant. I mean, it's.
Oh, you sell it. You subdivide it and you sell
But you
it.
just said you don't want to be a realtor, so I'm confused as to how you do that. That's,
I mean,
You've either gotta sell it or you gotta rent something.
you subdivide the whole thing, and whoever sold you the land or whoever the town uses to sell any of their properties, you let them handle all of it. The town stays completely out of it. The town doesn't go and picks lots. Never. They decide what they want for land, and then they sell the rest of the land. That's how every other place does it. But then you have municipalities that have done the
No.
public-private partnership. That's really not turned out great.
So, for instance, I
But-
know in Berry City, they have a a very partnership where the businesses along Main Street provide Wi-Fi service, public Wi-Fi, for people just walking down the street, or sitting in the park. So for one example, that's what this could be. I'm
Right.
not saying that this is what I intended, but it's one example of
Right.
what could be investigated.
Yeah, I was just throwing out the other part of it to maybe if we wanted to clarify. I'd support one, but I don't support the other, and it's the same
So what about,
two
say,
sides of it.
if we included seniors in their center and complex? Agewell came in to run it for the town. Is that a partnership?
It is, yeah.
Yep.
Is Agewell a
Like having-
for-profit organization?
It doesn't matter. I mean,
Yeah,
they're
it
still
does.
private.
100%
They're not a
matters.
public-owned entity, meaning they're not owned by the
But are
town.
they a for-profit organization?
Now, they pretty much run it at a loss because they have so many seats.
Right.
They're taking it up to a higher level. The concept of a
Or just-
public-private
Yeah, that's
partnership.
not even a close example.
So we're arguing, yeah, so I
Whatever.
St. Albans has
I
a
get
lot
what
of
you're
these, but
saying,
anyway,
but no.
I
It'd be
don't
like
know. I don't
saying
know,
hand
put it low,
dogs.
or you wanna, I don't know.
I'm fine with putting it low.
Put it low, thank you.
Continue to increase community engagement.
It's high.
Aye.
Aye.
Data visualizations and availability, using those data to drive informed decision make. Can you tell this was me? Longer term, potentially hire someone focused on systems, not computer systems, but actual systems, and analysis. I'm fine with this being lower priority unless folks feel it's just like dashboarding and making
Oh, all right.
data available so people can go and slice and dice and
Okay.
self-serve as far as,
Mhm.
as data is concerned. Better supervision, support of some committees that are floundering.
I'd say high.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Alright. I thought we talked about this the other day, and we're gonna stay out of your committees unless they have
Well, I don't
help.
think it's the committee. I think it's the staff. Making sure that the staff is.
That's none of our business, that's completely Greg's business,
Okay, take it off there then.
what staff does
Yeah.
or doesn't do.
There's no agenda posted and that I can't have a meeting. It's
Was
gonna
that the intent
have
of
a
this?
successful committee
Eliminate it then.
over and over.
Talk to
Yeah, I
him.
think
He knows.
stated that the intent of
He knows all about it. I've
What
told
about
him,
checking that, make sure
chirped
the
it in his
committees
ear.
have all the people they need?
You mean like if they're full?
Do they, I can't remember, and brain's starting to shut down. They decide how many members they need, so like housing, we were talking about housing, they only had 2.5, but they're supposed to have 5. Did they set that number? Or do,
we set it for them.
It was created, yeah, the select board.
that was my question,
Yeah.
did we set it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, and it's in the committee can request changes, that's
Oh, they
happened
can
over
come-
the years,
okay.
yep. Mhm.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Because sometimes I think they're floundering because they don't either have enough or they have many, and they can't hear all the voices and do what all the voices.
That certainly happens, and from my observations, experience over the years here, it ebbs and flows, and it depends on people's interests and who's stepping up and who's stepping down, and there's a variety of things that go into it.
So this item,
Is it
is this around committee support? Is it really a manager item?
Be the consent manager.
Sort of a combination if they come to
Yeah,
us with numbers.
If I can jump in, I mean, I think it depends on the situation, and if it's a staff-related thing, then I need to know about it and hear about it to do something about it. If it's a committee type of thing that is more of a policy advisory type of thing that you're not seeing, then, I mean, I can help, but it's more of a select board thing. So I think it depends on exactly what is meant by floundering.
So with our conversation that we had the other night, is that covered in here for policy? We were talking about standards, policy standards. For example, I think you had mentioned about, I had said it about the select board, percentage meetings missed, and you had
Yep.
said something about changing it to standardized or
Yeah, I think it's
So
covered
that
in the
that
policy
okay.
item above.
So that fits in there.
Yep.
Okay, then I'm good. Because as long as we can do what we can in our power to help the situation.
I mean, I think what it comes back to is, I think what this is trying to get at is really support and communication with committees.
Right. Which we can continue as a priority. We've been
Yeah.
the outreach.
So for priority,
Oh, I think we have to remove some words, right? Like
Yeah.
supervision.
Thought we were gonna remove that.
I would just remove the whole thing. We could just continue committee, commission, communications, right? Like they've been giving us the updates.
support and communication with committees.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the priority?
Yeah. Something we've been doing, so we'll just continue.
PC, DVA, DRB, transition, sorry. Doing businesses.
You see, you will not be doing business as the DRB.
True. This is going to happen,
Ongoing now anyway.
yeah, so.
We have a
Mandate-
mandatory
Yeah.
category, right?
Yeah, we haven't used it yet. Mandatory.
Put mandatory in there, we finally got one.
We got to do it.
He was gonna hide it on us.
I was.
Development Review Board transition,
Oh.
complete Development
Redundant,
Review Board,
redundant.
completion of, okay. Done. Or redundant. Layout of budget in a more user-friendly manner. This was one of mine. It's really hard to, I have trouble
You're
reading.
gonna change it?
the budget.
Got used to it. It's actually the third different variation I've seen.
After only 10 years.
No, it's not the third different variation it's been.
See, I had to try and read through all the charter changes since I'm on the select board before I got the budget. So the budget was amazing compared to those charter changes.
I will admit.
Uh-huh.
But I agree, there's some things. I would use this as a more general term that, like, information needs to be user friendly, because I've been the one to complain about it multiple times on certain things where you gotta try and, you're at home, you don't know how to use a computer, and you're
Yeah.
reading like that for an hour.
Low, medium.
I would say medium. Is it okay to change it from budget to, like, important information, like all information? But I don't know if it was just the budget, the way it's presented in the packet, or could we just do, like, Greg's been doing a really good job ever since, but be more courteous to the person who doesn't know how to use the computer. I don't know.
Look, so we can. It's good to hear this feedback. And in some of these instances, we'll be able to do what we can. In some instances, I'm going to be upfront. This
That's
is
why I
the
had you print
technology
me.
we have, and if you want a different
Yeah.
presentation, it's either going to be a massive amount of time to translate it, or we're going to have to get a whole new software, which is a whole new learning curve. And I just want to put that out there of some of these things. Maybe a high priority, but
The way they look now, it's a huge improvement.
And go ahead and take it off.
I didn't mean to take it off.
Yeah.
It's good to know
Well,
that if it's an
it's-
issue,
I mean,
it's just
it-
some of this stuff is not outside of our control,
Yeah.
but very hard to change.
You know, I totally understand that on a cellular level. Check warrants, layout, presentation. This is another one of mine. It's just kind of about, like, what goes to what, and having a key of what things mean, maybe.
Yeah, a key I can get you.
Helpful.
This is one of those ones where Nemrick is our software system.
Yeah.
It's
We just
functional.
sound so
It doesn't
defeated.
look great.
Say
We
no more.
used to have a decoder ring.
Yeah. Maybe low. If it's just adding a key.
Yeah.
As long as Greg's still willing to answer questions on the warrants, I'm good.
Yeah.
I mean, there's stuff on there I have no idea what it is. One for Greg the other night. I forgot.
Make sure you add an ignition too.
Fund balance assignment process, fund balance policy.
I'd say that's high.
Did you get it?
Do what
I
you
got it.
say.
I said make sure you add an ignition too.
So we've already got policies somewhere else, don't we?
Yeah, this just,
Oh, that'll come into the form.
this just calls out the fund balance policy, I think, for what Ethan was specifically talking about, Public Works.
I will say it is helpful, if you have specific policies or specific items within these things, it's good to know that those are the priority, that's the high priority out of the medium. They're all priority.
Yeah, if it were me, I think the two most important things for budgets that aren't that big would be to look at the fund balance policy, have the conversation about fire and public works. Just have the conversation.
Okay.
But I can always request that if we don't put it on
That
Yeah,
medium
Yeah,
or
high, medium,
yeah. I mean, I don't think we have to start it tomorrow, but I feel like it's high priority. But we'll see how much we overload Greg, because we still
anybody else?
have 50 items on here.
High, we can always update later when we see just how many highs we have. Minimal tax increase so as to be better able to sell the bond for municipal complex.
That's big. We gotta sell, if we're gonna have to sell a bond, we don't wanna keep increasing huge amounts, that's all.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna be funding
That's just
sidewalks, we're gonna be funding capital.
I-
I know,
I might alter language away from sell the bond,
Right.
Or whatever, yeah, well, yeah.
maybe considering the bond.
Do we get revenue if we sell a bond?
It's the 3%. The 3% increase isn't gonna kill us.
Well, you
It's gonna
say
be the
that, but
20%
there's
school
some
increase
towns that
next
do
year.
that. They actually put out a municipal bond.
Yeah.
Minimal tax
Yeah.
increase
I know.
considering.
If they
the
don't
bond
plan to
for-
fix that.
You see how much the pension is?
What do folks feel about this for priority? Minimal
You okay with
tax
that wording?
increase?
Changes too?
Oh, yeah.
I think that's kind of our high priority every year.
Yeah.
Where
And
we end up
is that
with.
wording? Okay.
I'd say I'm all for the minimal tax increase, but I think we're putting the cart in front of the horse on the bond.
Well, we know we're gonna have to do it, Ethan.
No, we don't. The public has not yet weighed in on this.
So considering bond, minimal tax increase, does anybody not feel that that's of high importance?
I don't.
Yeah. The minimal tax
Medium?
increase part.
Feedback on,
Well,
Pri-
you know,
priority
think
or
about the
wording.
bond. Ethan just said, look at the school taxes and how bad they're gonna
Yeah,
get.
that 3% is not gonna hurt anything, but I think but I'm not worried about selling a bond. I think you're gonna have your first input from the public on this, and that's gonna be your hurdle before
so
you worry
considering
about
that
the
public
cost.
outreach and identification of funding mechanisms for the municipal complex is already on
Yeah,
there.
it's already on there, good point.
And one of our overarching
Well,
goals
then just
is,
leave minimal tax increase, I don't care.
We ask for that every year, well,
It's getting
Yeah.
late, and we're not accomplishing. Supposed to be
Yep.
accomplishing.
minimal tax increase, what's our priority?
well, that's gotta be high, we do it every year.
Yep. It's mandatory.
I might suggest that we word that somehow to reflect what we've talked with Greg about having, and Dan, about having a planned, stable tax increase.
stable tax
versus the, you know,
Right, 'cause this could be contrary to asking for another penny on the capital tax.
Minimize the
And we
peaks
had
and
a
valleys.
stable increase last year.
yeah.
This is Don's item, so.
Take it out. Let it go. I don't care at this point.
You will have an opportunity to tackle this again when we approach you in August and ask for your budget goals for the year.
Right,
So just
Take it out then,
write
Marguerite.
it for now.
Move on here.
This one, did we cover this with the
Changing-
fund balance?
Yeah, I think that's covered under the fund balance
Or did you
policy,
still wanna-
Ethan. What's your pleasure?
Yeah, I mean, if it What was the answer to this? There would have to be a charter change?
The short
Yeah.
answer is that we can't just create a different fiscal year for one department.
Because of the charter?
Because of accounting rules.
Yeah,
Because of what?
we operate on a fiscal year, and our fiscal year is July 1st to June 30th for every municipal department. So we can't just change it for one department.
Okay.
Like it would get all mixed books.
But to address
But we could-
your,
but we
your
could- we
issue,
could
the
put-
fund balance policy would
fix
resolve
that
what you're,
issue.
yeah.
Okay.
We're looking at changes to the fund balance policy to adjust for. Where are we? Where
Yeah,
are we?
good question. Where are we? Here we go.
Housing Commission, adding any value, do we need have a short-term rental registry?
Not me.
So do we have housing commission somewhere else in? Take this out.
Is that yours?
Yes.
Okay. Work plan expansion, I see oh, yeah, this was mine. This process, like our process, is only a subset of the overall 5-year planning, but Greg's on it and that's happening, so you can just remove it. Marguerite's on it. Continue focus on 5-year plans or visibility, including revenue needs option. Refresh local option tax public survey with specifics of how to spend or how spend decisions are made.
I think that one's mine, and I think we've covered this in other places.
Okay. Update Essex energy plan.
I think we'll let the energy committee decide whether they want to drive that.
Suggest a long-term plan to allow the police department to contract out, acquire other towns as a benefit to everybody.
Low priority, but all the regionalization they keep talking about all the time. It's something to keep an option on.
Allergies.
Okay.
Can't
This
breathe
is
through my
Memorial
nose. I've been
Hall,
breathing out of my
Memorial Hall
mouth for 2
Facilities,
weeks.
specific concerns are related
really
to
serious.
scheduling and lighting. Community players reserve the hall for weeks at a time, only use it in the evenings, can it be made available during the day? Lighting is too dim, Roman shades are in bad shape.
These comments came from my wife.
Well, then I really think that the Essex community players could pay for the improvements then.
So maybe a way to look at this is we have an inactive Memorial Hall committee, but I don't know that we really want to resurrect that or not. That's a discussion a separate discussion, but
Is this really getting at more of the facility use?
space availability for library programs is the
Facility availability in general?
facility about appropriate. Yeah.
How much does it cost to reserve the hall? Anything?
I don't know off the top of my head.
For departments, I have no idea how much Essex community players pays, but the library doesn't pay anything to use Memorial Hall because it's just another
And the
department.
scouts paid 35, so.
35 a day.
So I don't know. Do we have anything anywhere else about buildings and or? I don't think we have a recreation needs assessment that's somewhere else. Let's cover it with that.
Was the town on the Grange?
No.
Lester does.
Yeah.
The charter amendments, so I would put less priority. Any changes, significant policy changes, I doubt we will resolve all of them in time for a vote in March. Consider which to move forward with. 2 petition votes passed this year. I believe we should expect more petitions. They will focus on charter changes to avoid the advisory aspect of petition vote.
I will say the Charter Review Committee is meeting. They are working through the additional changes. They're planning to
Okay.
have something to you this summer.
July.
Have any back and forth about, oh yeah, that's right. Speak to this better than I can.
Okay.
Where's? Taking all of your recommendations to heart.
So then this shouldn't be a 2025 action item. We can, well, actually it is, but, so,
Medium.
It's really
maybe it
about
should,
acting on
should
charter
just say,
committee recommendations.
right, act on, or consider, charter committee recommendations, and take all the rest of it out. One of the reasons I asked Aaron the other night about bond vote in November, we will have a ballot in November, so this could be considered for November rather than March, if,
True.
depending on timing.
Depending on timing.
True.
Good point.
Be higher turnout too.
Big turnout, yeah.
I just gotta know who wrote the last one.
What's our priority on the
Always
charter?
me.
Thank you.
Consider, I mean, we're gonna do that anyway, right? When they bring us a recommendation. So, aye,
I would make it either I'll make it
Medium.
medium for
Medium.
now.
Medium?
Medium,
And
yeah.
okay.
see if we
medium.
can meet our date.
I think the
I
select
think
board
we're
should
close.
stay out of the
Let's-
logo question.
Let's take this one out.
Okay. And we made it.
Yeah, we went over time, 20 minutes.
It's 9:21.
Oh, wow.
No wonder.
Is there,
There's nobody on from the
is there
public.
anything that we did not get to? By my estimation, we covered all the points.
Oh, I forgot about the ice cream at town meeting instead of popcorn.
Duly noted. Is there any other, there's nothing else on the agenda, executive session is not anticipated? Are
Make
we
the motion, we
good
adjourn?
from your items? Yes. Motion to adjourn has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ethan. Motions to adjourn are non-debatable. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed nay. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Greg, before
For
you
the
put your
time.
paper away, maybe you know when I ask you,